our work possible in the long term. And just to give you an example close to where you are today, for those in person at BioS, the North Atlantic right whale. So that's a very good example of how technology, science, and comes together for the protection of marine species. The whale has moved northern because of climate change, following their food prey, the zooplankton. They came in areas that are highly fished and shipping lanes in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. So we've started a series of science activities to help protect them, including having drones with acoustic detector that detect their call and alert us in near real time if we need to close a fishing area to avoid the risk of entanglement in fishing gear. That's happening just outside of where you are right now. The three teams are very timely. There's a lot of interest and effort putting into the sustainable development of renewable energy. It's both an economic opportunity, but a real opportunity to address the required reduction in our green gas emissions. So very timely, especially in the Scotian Shelf, close to where you are. The team on marine autonomous system is also of keen interest to us. We make use of existing technologies like the gliders, for those who know that the drones that are mostly sailing through the current and so on. But we don't ourselves at Fisheries and Ocean develop those new technology. We're a user validator, so all your ideas will be welcome and very timely, because there's a lots of opportunity to do the classical oceanographic measurement, but much more in terms of new technologies to sample the ocean, using noise detection or genomics, and LT marine life. That's basically everything we do. There's so many challenges related to microplastics, to the acidification of the ocean, that we need the greatest mind around the table to help us navigate that. So good luck today. And just the decade, we're very proud partners. I would just point out that it don't actually end in 2030. This is to set the stage for the long term for us globally, with other countries around the world, to continue to advance the science, to safeguard and monitor the ocean. Basically, it's to set the stage for you to join our group of experts to work on the ocean science. So welcome and good luck for the competition.
Merci, Bernard. And if I may, I might pick up on one of Bernard's points around the Ocean Decade. First, of course, the challenge is being hosted here at the Bedford Institute of Oceanography, which is Canada's largest ocean research facility. The people who work here are employees of the federal government. We undertake ocean research, monitoring, and provide science advice on a whole suite of ocean issues. And this is the facility where I work. But I'm actually not here speaking to you today because of just that, but rather I am here because of the Ocean Decade. Canada is a proud supporter of the Ocean Decade, as Bernard said, and I'm lucky to be one of Canada's official Ocean Decade champions. The Ocean Decade is providing an opportunity to create a new foundation to strengthen the management of our oceans and the societies that depend on those oceans. And anyone can participate in the Ocean Decade, and that includes you here in the room and online, and work with partners to ensure that science benefits the ocean ecosystem and those coastal communities and societies. The vision of the Ocean Decade is the science we need for the ocean we want. And the mission of the decade is transformative ocean science solutions for sustainable development, connecting people and our ocean. And I think it's that second part that's the real important piece of the mission. It is a long-term generational focus, so it's about you, the students, and your generation, and not so much about my generation and us old-timers. So it's really about you. It's that long-term focus. The Brilliant Blue Challenge has been endorsed by the Ocean Decade as an official activity of that decade. So you and your teammates are now part of the Ocean Decade. You are part of that global community that's working in science and technology to promote sustainable ocean use. Growing a sustainable blue economy requires skilled leaders and workers. And the blue economy is starved for skilled workers who have the next great ideas and the next great innovations. There are opportunities right on your doorsteps here and around the world, wherever you may be joining us. And if you have an interest in ocean science and technology, you can contribute. You can contribute with your smarts, with your creativity, and your innovation. You can have an exciting, rewarding career, as some of us have. And with that, I think I will say good luck today and tomorrow on the challenge, but most important, have fun. Now, we are going to continue on with some other speakers, but I wanted to pick up on that Ocean Decade theme. So next we have Carrie McPherson from the Nova Scotia Department of Education and Early Childhood Development. She's going to come to the mic. She's here in person. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Put it down a little bit. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, well, good morning and hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm going to put my glasses on though first because I can't see. Thank you for having me here to speak with you this morning. My name is Carrie McPherson. I am the Nova Scotia Science Consultant for the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development. And I am so excited to be here, and I'm really excited that you're all here. I cannot wait to see the new creations that you've got to share with us today. I think it's going to be amazing. In my role as a science consultant, I work and design curriculum in science from primary to 12. And it's a real privilege for me to be here to talk to you about something that's not only close to my heart, but something that I feel is incredibly important for Nova Scotia, for Canada, and globally. To give you a bit of context.
It's okay.
Okay. To give you a bit of context, my background's in marine biology. So I grew up in Ontario, nowhere near the ocean, but I've always loved the ocean. So when I found myself in Nova Scotia as a high school science teacher, I noticed that there wasn't a lot of ocean content in our curriculum. And I was surprised by this, given Nova Scotia's proximity to the ocean. I will say it is changing. We are adding ocean concepts to our curriculum, but it's programs like Brilliant Blue Challenge that really help us bring those ocean content to life. So I'm very excited that you're taking part in this. Thinking about sort of, as Kent was talking about, our ocean industry and sort of where it's going, it's really growing here in Nova Scotia. And so when you think about how you gain expertise in ocean education, it's not always formal education. It's not always sitting in the classroom. So it's programs like the Brilliant Blue Challenge that we are excited to help promote at the department to give you that hands-on sort of innovative approach to ocean solutions that we are in great need of. So when I think of how our education system, how we kind of, what our role is, I guess, is we want to be preparing our youth for this new growing sort of industry. And in an area where there's a lot of student interest. So in Nova Scotia, our students are really interested in the ocean. And I think there's a really great opportunity for students to have a rewarding career in an area that's got a lot of job potential, economic development. So I hope that today you find this experience extremely fun and inspiring and exciting. And I hope that you learn skills that you can take with you into your future to make meaningful change in the ocean industry. So I hope you have a great time, and I'm really excited to see all of your wonderful things. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Carrie. So next we have Kendra McDonald from the Ocean Supercluster. Please, Kendra.
Good morning. Bonjour tout le monde. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I'm sorry I wasn't able to join you in person, but I do really enjoy being part of kicking off these challenges for the last few years. So first of all, congratulations to all of you for stepping up, for being a part of the conversation. We are definitely in a moment where we need everyone. We heard again over the last few days that we are getting very close to 1.5 degrees. And we know that lots of bad things start happening to our planet and are already happening to our planet as a result of that. And so that we know that bringing together creativity and science and your curiosity and energy and technology that is what is going to change the course of the future of the planet. And so really excited that you are all being a part of it. In terms of Canada's Ocean Supercluster, for those of you that may be less familiar, so we are one of 5 global innovation clusters, but our job is really growing the ocean economy for Canada and really focusing on building an ocean economy that is much more digital, much more inclusive, and much more sustainable. And that urgency, I think, increases every single year. And what's really exciting about challenges like this, now that we've been around for close to 7 years, is we start to see these ideas that are early stage, like what you're developing over the next couple of days, but then we see them grow and we're seeing them turn into companies and we're seeing them get applied in real life, which is incredibly exciting. So we now at Canada's Ocean Supercluster, we have a portfolio of close to 150 projects and about $500 million in project value. And so, what you are doing with these themes, you are really contributing to how do we change our food systems? How do we change our energy systems? How do we better understand our climate systems? And also in terms of supply chain. So when I look at certainly autonomous, for example, we have a number of projects that are in the autonomous space because we need to understand our ocean to be able to make better decisions. So that is everything from instrumentation and autonomous platforms right up to the artificial intelligence algorithms that are being built. And we're actually in the middle of an ocean observation challenge right now. We know that renewable energy is critical to being able to contribute to a healthier ocean. And we also know that a healthy ocean and a productive ocean, so this is a place where our economic objectives and our health of the ocean objectives align, because we know a healthier ocean is also a more productive ocean in terms of our economic growth. And so we have just recently, so we have an ambition in Canada, and I know there's lots of global ambition around what the opportunity in the ocean economy is with many blue economy strategies all around the world. But for Canada, we are working to grow our ocean economy by 5 times. We know that globally, the ocean economy is set to be $3 trillion US dollars by 2030. There's projections from the OECD that say we're pretty much there. So a tremendous amount of growth, and we know we need to do that in the right way. But for Canada, $220 billion ambition by 2035 would mean 1.2 million jobs. So that's about 3 times as many jobs as we have in the ocean economy today. So to the comments earlier, this is a huge opportunity to be able to build careers, to be able to have meaningful, impactful careers that really affect the future of our planet. So again, congratulations to all of you for stepping up. Be curious. I think that's the number one thing. We need you to be curious, ask questions that haven't been asked before, be able to understand how things work and how we can make them better. So ask lots of questions, connect with new people. We have seen that that is where the best ideas come from, is just in conversation. So good luck to all of you. I hope that you enjoy the challenge, and I look forward to what comes of it.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Kendra. So next on our list, we have Gabriela Casuso Hernandez. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, the Brilliant Blue Challenge, for this opportunity. Hello, everyone. My name is Gabriela Casuso. I'm a 17-year-old Colombian woman, the founder and leader of Proyecta Aquática, marine educator and change maker. Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Gabriela Casuso, j'ai 17 ans, je suis colombienne, fondatrice et leader du Proyecta Aquática, éducatrice marine et actrice du changement. When I was 10 years old, I wanted to learn everything about the ocean. I searched for courses, workshops, anything about marine biology for kids my age. And I found nothing. But that didn't stop me. I decided to create my own way to learn. I started reading, watching documentaries, asking questions, and that's how Proyecto Aquática was born. Not as an organization, but as my personal classroom. But then I realized that learning about the ocean only for myself didn't make sense, because what's the point of understanding this if others can feel connected to it too? So I began sharing what I was learning on social media, and the more I shared, the more I learned. I discovered that ocean knowledge isn't just for scientists or experts, but it's for everyone. Because today we're not only facing a triple climate crisis, we're facing what I call a triple crisis of awareness, lack of interest, misinformation, and ignorance. But every crisis is also an opportunity to create. You may ask, why? Because that's where science with a soul begins, when curiosity meets purpose, when data becomes empathy, and even when a young mind can innovate for life itself. When I started Proyecta Aquatica, I thought I was studying the ocean, but I was actually learning about people. Every time I shared a story or made a talk, I noticed that people wanted to care, but they didn't know how. They didn't have access to an information that felt human or even close. That's when I understood that science doesn't only live in laboratories, it lives in classrooms, in community, and even in our daily choices. And that's what I admire about initiatives like the Brilliant Blue Challenge because they are proving that young people are not waiting to be old enough to create change. They're acting now. And their commitment and their passion to change the world, the ocean's path, remind me that innovation begins not with technology, but with curiosity, with that beautiful sparks that makes us ask why and what if. I call this approach science with a soul because it's a science that listens, that connects, and that includes. Because knowledge alone doesn't change the world. People who care do. And every wave of curiosity can inspire another. Every question can become a bridge. And every young person who dares to learn can become a guide for others. So if you ever wonder where to begin where you are and learn, share, and care because the future of the ocean begins with the courage to keep learning and the force of our shoulder effect to make it true. L'avenir de l'océan commence avec le courage de continuer à apprendre et la force de notre effet de banque pour les rendre vrais. Merci et thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Next on our list, we have Lee Ein from the Prince Albert Monaco Foundation. Leah, please.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Loud and clear.
Wonderful. Hi, everyone. My name is Leah, and I'm honored to be one of your judges for this exciting challenge. On a personal note, I am a sailor, a big dreamer, a creative mind, a big heart, and I sailed around the world with my family for 15 years, hence my big love for the ocean. And today, I also represent the Canadian branch of the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, which is a big, proud partner for this event. I wanted to take a few words to share a few words of encouragement to our wonderful participants this very exciting challenge, and also to tell you a bit about what the foundation does. So for the past 20 years, our foundation has been supporting environmental initiatives across Canada, and mainly it's Arctic, ranging from scientific research to community-based projects and events like the million Canadian dollars, all invested in protecting our planet. So it goes from coastal research to wildlife protection and so many more. For the little story, the prince himself has long been a passionate advocate for the environment, especially for the ocean, which actually connects us all on all parts of the planet. And following his big commitments, both the Principality in Monaco and the Foundation have been deeply involved in ocean conservation and the development of a sustainable blue economy, which, lucky for us, is the topic of this event. So very excited. And today, as you present your projects, I really want you to know that what you're doing truly matters, like all the speakers perfectly announced that. You're part of this new generation of change makers that is so creative, very curious, and determined to make a difference. And we are all here to help you achieve that. So on behalf of the foundation, I wish you all good luck, so much courage, and most importantly, to have the best fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Leah. That was wonderful. Thank you very much. So next we have Omar Hussein, the director of Brilliant Blue Challenge. I'm going to turn the camera on. As soon as I can get the mouse over. Yeah, we are having some technical difficulties with our camera. Nothing can be completely without technical difficulties. Anyways, you'll get to hear his great voice.
Thank you, Ken. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third Brilliant Blue Challenge. What began as a local idea to inspire young people to create real solutions for our ocean has now grown into a global movement. Today, we bring together students from across continents, cultures, coastlines, united for one thing, a belief that innovation can help restore and protect our blue planet. Each of you has already accomplished a lot. You've asked tough questions, tested creative ideas, and shown that leadership isn't about age, it's about action. The projects presented here reflect the energy, ingenuity, and the hope our ocean needs right now. To the advisors, teachers, parents, judges, and partners in Canada and around the world, thank you. You've helped build the bridge that connects classrooms to careers, ideas to impact, and passion to purpose. And to the students, this moment belongs to you. Whether you're here from Halifax or New Jersey, Colombia or Finland, Ghana or Japan, you're part of a generation redefining what ocean innovation looks like. Let's make waves together. I'm proud to officially open the third Global Brilliant Blue Challenge. Thank you. With that, allow me to introduce my colleague, Rashid. Some people call him the voice in the sky. He will be your virtual MC in the next 2 days. And over to you, Rashid.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining us from in the world, and live from the BIO Auditorium in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. I have a lot of energy right now. Give me 5 minutes. I'm currently in Cairo. It is 3:40 p.m. I know you're sleepy. I'm getting sleepy. I need some energy, so let's hear it for Generation Blue. Thank you so much for joining us today. I noticed something throughout all the keynotes that took place. Everyone mentioned one word: growth, or variations of it. It's growth, it's growing, we're growing, there's growth, and that is exactly what is happening. This is the third global competition, the third. They let me host it 3 times. Please don't complain. I want to come back again a 4th time. Anyway, growth is happening. The Brilliant Blue Challenge is bringing sailors like Leia, bringing scuba divers like me, bringing photographers like Scott. Hello, Scott. It's bringing us all together for the same goal: to save the ocean, to help the ocean, and to collaborate and connect with what makes us live. Yes, the trees get all the credit for the oxygen and CO2 and all the clean air, but the ocean puts in even more effort, and you are taking part of saving it. So I want to thank you again, and I want to thank all of our speakers, all the returning faces and the new faces. It's so exciting to have you with us today. And finally, Dr. Kent has some tours and activities for people who are attending in person. I cannot even begin to tell you how jelly I am. I am the jelliest of fish because I'm missing it, but I'm so glad that you're there to witness it. Take lots of pictures, post them. I want to see, please be my eyes. Let's go. Let's hear it for Generation Blue again. Amazing, fantastic. I'm loving the energy. Thank you so much. And if we are ready, we will start our public presentations today with a team from the United States of America, Team MRE01 Marine Minds from the US of A. Are you with us? Okay, it doesn't seem like they are with us. In case I haven't mentioned, I am a diver. I tend to talk about it a lot. So if that's, consider this your trigger warning. If you have diver friends and you've heard way too much about diving, you have my permission to zone out as long as you're engaging with the teams on the stage and you're bringing that good energy with you. For the younger folks in the audience, an MC, Master of Ceremonies, is bringer of vibes, this guy. So, do we have Team Marine Minds from the US of A? Are you with us? Please come to the stage to present the first project of the third Global Brilliant Blue Challenge. If you are joining us on YouTube, this is my first time actually having the chat open on YouTube, so engage with us on the chat. I've seen people do this on Twitch where they talk to the chat. So I get to do that today. Let's talk in the chat if you're joining us on YouTube, telling us where you're logging in from. And if you're here to support a specific team, give them a shout out. There's no shame in supporting your teams. Your colleagues, your friends, your family. It's good. I know my family is rooting for me on WhatsApp. They keep sending me little emoticons every little now and then. So, Team Marine Minds USA, are you with us? It would seem that Team Marine Minds USA is not with us yet. So let's start with a little fun activity. If you just give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
I will continue to try.
We're going to play a little game called What's in My Bag. I'm going to bring over my dive bag, and we're going to try to guess what's in it. Who's ready to play? I'm sorry, I just put in my earphones. I didn't hear you the first time. Are you ready to play? All right, I am bringing you all the stale trends off of Instagram from 3 weeks ago. So what's in my bag? My bag right here, the background is blurring it, but it says, dive now, work later. Let's see. I'm going to pull the first item out of my dive bag. I'll try to keep branding to minimal so that we don't get in trouble. All right. So, first item. What am I pulling out of my bag? Do we have any guesses in the audience?
Goggles.
Sorry?
Goggles.
I heard goggles. All right, so that's a good guess. For diving, though, we don't call them goggles. It's a mask because it covers your nose as well. We've got a mask right here. This is my optical mask. Sorry? I didn't hear that.
It's my dad. I'm a science teacher.
Oh. So this is my optical mask. I have prescriptions put in because once you see what's underwater, you want to see it all the time. And no one hates something more than a foggy mask where you don't know if it's foggy or it's just your eyes. So yeah. Anyway, what's next in my dive bag? And can anyone track Marine Minds for us while I do this? Because, I mean, it's not a very big bag. So, what's next?
Oxygen tank.
Sorry? An oxygen tank. Oh, I mean, I would love that. But since I'm what they call a digital nomad, I like to travel light. So I just rent my tanks whenever I go diving. Good guess. Who wants to take another guess? And not a familiar voice. I've heard that voice twice so far. Let's have someone new. Flippers? All right, no flippers in here. Flippers, also known as fins. Also, they take up a lot of space, so you can just rent those. If you're thinking of getting into diving, don't think about the gear. You can literally rent everything. So just, take the plunge, so to speak. All right, do we have any sign of Team Marine Minds? Or do I move on to the next item? Now, the next item might not be something that you expect to see. Let me find it first. Where did you go? All right. So if you're not a diver, this is not an item that you might be familiar with, but who wants to take a guess? All right. I will show off this thing. It goes on my wrist. What do you think this is? Come on, we're not all going to take it at the same time. So who wants to take a guess? What is this thing? I see Leia's just leaning in to see it.
Oh, that's a diving watch.
Okay, that's a diving watch or a dive computer. Excellent. So,
Yay. What do I win?
when I get my dive master certification, unless you've already been certified, then I'll be your guide.
Wonderful.
Okay, so it's a dive computer for those of us who were born in the digital age or a little before. In case you haven't noticed, I am a millennial. If you've gotten your food vouchers today, I designed those. In case you haven't already guessed that I am a millennial from the design. So for those of us who were born a little before the digital age, we've forgotten how to read analog. So look at the dials of my dive tank and all of my things and then try to do math and calculate depths and all of that. It takes a lot of mental energy. So we get lazy and we use a dive computer. A dive computer is pretty much like a wristwatch. You put it on, it keeps track of your depth, your dive time, your air, and water temperature, and you can also then connect this to your computer or any other device and get that data out so you can fill out your logbook for your dives. All right. Do we have any sign of Team Marine Minds? Or would anyone else like to volunteer as tribute and go ahead and present?
It's hard to say, Rishi. We may have to move on to the next team, and hopefully we can find the team from the US.
All right. Try to move on to the next team. Grammar Griffins, if you are available, please take the stage. Grammar Griffins. Grammar Griffins. All right. It seems like we're hearing back from the teams that we're starting a little early, so we're waiting for them. Let's pull out some more items, unless you're bored. If you are bored, if you are starting to get sleepy, if you are going to be presenting later and are feeling anxious, One thing I love about diving is that it makes me very aware of my breathing. So let's all take a minute. Let's all try to relax our bodies in our seats. Try not to fall asleep, please. Shake out all the nerves, all the tension. Okay, and now we're going to take a deep breath through our nose.
Just like how you practice. You guys got this.
And we're gonna hold it.
How are we supposed to do?
And now we're gonna let it out through our mouth for long as we inhaled. I don't hear people breathing. All right, let's. Oh, now I hear it. Okay, excellent.
I'm controlling the presentation.
Oh, okay. Try it again. And breathe in.
They thought they can control it as they speak.
Yeah, maybe.
Hold.
Okay, so
Breathe out.
Yeah, but it could be from another laptop. It will be
Okay, one more time. Fantastic. All right, how are we feeling?
We're getting ready.
How's the energy? Where did everyone go? Keep in mind, I can't actually see you, unfortunately. That's why they call me the voice in the sky, because sometimes you can't see me, sometimes I can't see you. So I'm gonna need to hear you, so I know you're still there, and I don't get sad. All right. So, how are we feeling after breathing? Are we doing good?
Yeah.
Excellent, 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 excellent.
So
All right, so we're gonna try something new this year.
okay.
I learned it. Hello. We're gonna try something new this year. It's called the rain clap,
So
but we're gonna
this let's see.
take it one step at a time. So take your less dominant hand, take a finger, and
Okay.
we're just gonna clap with one finger.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Then we'll clap with two.
This is the only one that would connect.
Then with three, 4, and now full clap. All right, are you with me?
See, I can plug them in.
Hello.
Virtually, we're all with you.
I'm not sure how
Thank
to.
you, Leia.
Guys.
All with you.
Is that the hint up there? Okay.
I think you might need to also switch the.
Maybe they don't hear you as much if there's
Right.
someone in front of the mic.
Yeah, just.
Maybe we're having some technical difficulties, so we'll wait.
Not connected.
Thank you, Leia. You're such a great support.
Of course.
Switch it up. Yeah.
Do not hear.
So tell me something about sailing that I might not know. And keep in mind, I still get port and starboard mixed up.
There it is.
Something you don't know. But you're a diver, so that's going to be complicated.
I think, yeah.
A lot of people ask me if when
Camera, is it off?
I'm always if I sail when there's like really bad weather, and what do I do in that
Okay.
situation? I don't sail when there's bad weather. I usually always avoid it by looking at the weather. I think it's pretty much the same with diving, so I think you already knew that.
Yeah, well, you kind of have to keep an eye on the weather.
Exactly.
With diving, it's not just, I mean, safety is always top priority, but also with currents and the way that the water flows during bad weather. I don't want to call it bad weather, but that's what we call it, so we'll go with that. Visibility underwater is pretty abysmal, so you can't really see much, or you can't really see anything, so there's really no point. But yeah, also safety always top priority. Thank you for sharing that with us, Leia.
Of course.
Let's see, someone comment me in the chat, please. Let me know what is happening. Leia and I are flying blind at the moment, or sailing blind.
Sailing blind. That's a good one.
Nice.
I'm guessing they're having issues uploading the presentation for the in-person stuff and then sharing with us online. I think that might be one of the issues that they're trying to solve.
Okay, no problem, but we're still going. We're good. I don't want to be revealing all the items in my bag and then people cheat later.
Hi, Rashid, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's Mayar. So yeah, just a quick technical difficulty. I'm gonna have Jeff share his screen of their presentation. So give us 2 minutes, okay?
Take your time, 2 minutes. I can do 2 minutes. All right, let's get cool. This is one of my favorite things to use underwater. What do you think it is? Oh, look at that. I get to do the hand thing too. What do you think this is? So obviously it has a cap that comes off. So let's take that off. Ah, that just gives it away, doesn't it? What do we think this is?
Can I make a guess?
Yes, Leia.
Is it a recipient used to gather like samples? Let's say like sand or algae or.
No, but you could gather
Like
some stuff with it, but I'll let you
It's
know.
like a bell or something like that.
It is a bell. Thank you. Yeah, so underwater, you can't really yell to people to get their attention. So we have to use a bell. And this cap right here is magnetic to stop it from ringing. So without real on this bell. So yeah, Leia, you were correct. Gabrielle, you were correct. You have 2 winners. Oh, my dive party is getting bigger. All right. What is up next? Let's see. We've done like most of the cool things. I don't want to burn through it so fast. Is everyone still with us? Ooh, I see people on the stage.
Do. Okay.
Wait, is that my R?
Just all of a sudden started working again.
All right, so who is with us right now?
Test. Test. It's not working.
The microphone on the stand should work now.
That's not going to help you without.
How far does it? How close does this go?
We'll go up 1 meter.
We're making it work.
Warning. Dad joke coming your way. Warning. Dad joke coming your way. Warning. Dad joke coming your way. What do you call a tuna that's permanently sad?
Want to just give it a try and see?
A bluefin tuna.
Just speak into the mic. Just give it a test.
Testing.
Just try from there. Just speak.
Testing.
Not so much.
Oh, I know that voice.
Okay.
We hear you. We hear you. But you do not hear us. Ooh, you hear us now. And I hear us now. All right, sorry for that hiccup, folks. Let's get the energy back up in the room if you're still with us. That was scary. I couldn't hear you for a second. We were sailing blind. I was talking to myself. It was turning into like Old Man in the Sea for a second. Any longer, I would have just started screaming, Wilson! For those who don't know, it's an Outcast reference. It's a movie with Tom Hanks. Guy gets stranded on an island. I'm not going to spoil it. Go check it out.
All right, take it away.
Hello, hello everyone. Thank you so much for inviting our team to the 3rd Annual International Brilliant Blue Challenge. We are all students from the Halifax Grammar School. My name is Srinath Helen Curry. I'm in grade 9, sorry.
My name is Alyssa Campbell. I'm in grade 9.
My name is Jay Yuan. I'm also in grade 9.
My name is Evie Nesbitt, and I'm in grade 9.
My name is Michael Campbell, and I'm in grade 7.
And we are so excited and proud to come to this competition and showcase what we thought would be an amazing prototype and project. So this season, we were tasked to dive into a problem faced by researchers to explore the vast ocean. And well, exploration is terrifying. One of the most terrifying places on Earth is the Cave of Death in Costa Rica. Deep within this cave lies an area completely devoid of oxygen, and entering one of these oxygen-free zones would cause you to suffocate without even realizing it. And this makes it extremely terrifying.
In the ocean, certain regions called hypoxia zones or dead zones contain little to no oxygen, making them nearly uninhabitable for most marine life, much like the Erie Cave of Death. One of these zones appears annually in the Gulf of Mexico, expanding each spring. In 2017, it reached a staggering 8,776 square miles, roughly the size of New Hampshire. Canada's Gulf of St. Lawrence also harbors a significant hypoxia zone, spanning over 3,475 square miles. Globally, more than 500 coastal areas experience the formation of these dead zones throughout the year, posing serious ecological concerns. Our goal is to protect and sustain the ocean by detecting hypoxia zones as they occur using robotics and AI.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay.
Next slide.
So what exactly are hypoxia zones? Well, hypoxia zones are areas where less oxygen dissolves in the water due to the presence of carbon from excess chemicals or waste. Habitats that were once filled with life become biological deserts, lifeless because most marine life either dies or leaves the area. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
Many factors combine to create dead zones, most of which are caused by humans, such as nutrient runoff, nitrification, ocean acidification, and rising temperatures that encourage rapid algae growth population, in which the decomposition of algae significantly reduces oxygen levels in the water. Late hypoxia coincides with major deep-water fish spawning events, disrupting populations and ocean biomass. Because they are caused mainly by human activity, they typically form near inhabited coastlines. Next slide, please. Hypoxia zones form between 100 meters and 1,500 meters, which is between the twilight zone and the midnight zone.
Next slide. As such, hypoxia zones pose a serious threat to marine life, as lack of oxygen makes it nearly impossible for them to survive. To combat this issue, scientists have developed many methods to restore oxygen levels in affected areas. Down welling is pumping oxygen-rich water from the surface down to deeper hypoxic zones, as well as bubbling and spraying, which is dissolving oxygen into the water. The treatment of the hypoxia zone is considerably more effective when intervention is caused at an early stage, as comparable to the ease of removing a single marble from water as opposed to extracting hundreds.
In consultation with industry leaders, we have come up with an innovative approach to detecting these stones. The first part is an anonymous glider system, and also equipped with an oxygen sensor and a hydrophone that will monitor an area. It is designed to cover a large area, which is useful, but it's also more costly. This is our main approach. The other part of our solution is a stationary buoy system, where our sensors, an oxygen sensor and hydrophone, and AI software will be stationary and monitor one location. This approach is more cost-effective and requires less maintenance/computing power, but it's stationary and limited to one location.
Another use of this technology could be using a hydrophone, oxygen sensor, and a quality sensor to monitor the impact of the development of pollution on marine life, in which we can see if human activity alters both acoustic behavior and water chemistry. Hydrophones detect ship noise, construction, or other various human activities. Oxygen sensors detect impacts like eutrophication from runoff or waste discharge. And the water quality sensor would detect the quality of the water.
There is also the fact that early warnings of hypoxia events can help water treatment plants prepare for the impact of low oxygen levels, reducing treatment costs and ensuring water safety. This would be beneficial for the cost of water treatment plants, and since a lot of companies use them, it would be a good business idea. Next slide. To commence, we crafted a 3D-dimensional cardboard model to visualize the desired appearance of our prototype. The construction of our prototype was executed utilizing hot glue, super glue, and unsurprisingly, cardboard. We then transitioned to the 3D printed prototype. The initial structure was fabricated using a double-layered cylindrical tube composed of high-strength waterproof filament.
And here, presented below are our preliminary.
No, this one.
Okay. Presented below are our preliminary conceptual renderings for the envisioned prototype. Our approach started with us splitting into different groups where we crafted designs for the prototype. We then combined all of the individual concepts to culminate in the formation of this. So this currently is our newest and latest prototype, and we conducted extensive research into potential materials and resources to construct this prototype initially. And ultimately, we decided that we would buy the components from an external supplier, and through cohesive efforts and the application of our group's collective intuition, we designed and constructed the robot utilizing, as you can see here, PVC pipes with the rubber bands here that give a waterproof filament here. And we also have a cool noodle that's tested by this company to provide buoyancy for this weight of our prototype. And also we have 3 motors here that can come down and on the side, and this one can come to the bottom here. And the goal of these 2 motors on the side is to ensure it can go straight and back and turn. And this one is to change the direction if it's going up or down in the ocean. And also our future plans also include the integration of our circuit board. As you can see, we have all our other components here, and our hydrophone over here, which will be externally attached to the back of this the prototype over here through our sound box here. And so that is just the basic and main components of our prototype.
This past summer, our school hosted an Inspire AI camp, which was run by students from Stanford and MIT. In this camp, we learned about photo recognition AI, which uses algorithms to identify objects, people, or scenes in images or videos. We researched further into this and decided to try to use AI to interpret fish sounds from sound data, which we will discuss later.
Next slide, please. So this is Levi Morrison, the Director of Innovation at COPE. COLV is a government-funded research group that identifies problems in consultation with other industry experts. Levi talked about a lot of things, including marine exploration and hypoxia zones, introducing us to sound data and helping us discover challenges and flaws in our designs as well as how to overcome them. We also learned how buoyancy gliders work. Their low power requirements and ability to dive deep for long missions made them the perfect fit for our data collection goals.
Shortly after this, we participated in the FLL regional competition in March. This led us to realize that if we wanted to compete at a higher level, we needed to level up our innovation project. And that meant building a more advanced and impactful prototype. We knew that we had to create something that was not only functional, but truly innovative. Our next breakthrough came at an AI conference hosted by St. Mary's University. There, we connected with DeepSense, a group working on ocean health through AI. Their project involved using photo recognition to detect whether oysters were open or closed, and this was a way to assess water cleanliness. This connection was a complete game changer. They invited us to their labs where we had a deep and inspiring conversation with Bryce McGinnis, who helped us reimagine the direction of our project.
This is Bryce McGinnis, the Data and AI Algorithms Lead at DeepSense, which is an ocean data innovation initiative headquartered at Dalhousie University in Halifax. In this role, he applies his expertise in artificial intelligence and machine learning to address complex challenges in the ocean economy.
Bryce advised separating the sensor from the main vehicle to minimize noise interference during data collection. He recommended employing a trailing sensor system, which could be tethered to either a buoyancy glider or an autonomous underwater drone. He proposed using audio analysis techniques to monitor fish vocalizations. This would involve converting raw hydrophone recordings into spectrograms, visual representations of acoustic signals, and applying an object detection model, specifically the YOLO algorithm from the Overlytics package, to identify and count fish holes.
Bryce suggested implementing oxygen level forecasting using time series analysis to predict potential hypoxic events and then failures. He recommended beginning with a long short-term memory LSTM model and, as needed, transitioning to a more advanced temporal fusion transformer (TFT) model to improve predictive performance. After our talk with Bryce, we returned to COLV to learn more from the experts there, and we also connected with Josh Tabor, the lead ocean technologist at Geospectrum. He built us a custom application that converts wave audio files into spectrograms, and his team generously donated the hydrophone to support our project.
To tackle the challenge of limited deep ocean data, we visited the Dalhousie Oceanography Lab, where we gained access to an existing data set, including both sound recordings and oxygen level data. This will help us train our AI model more effectively, even before we can fully test our prototype in the field.
Next slide, please. These zones are growing around the world due to pollution and climate change. Scientists need tools to detect and prevent hypoxia early. We are working to develop a prototype, use AI to analyze oxygen and sound data, raise awareness about ocean health and hypoxia zones, and share our project at robotics and science competition.
Next slide, please. Our solution is designed to protect the marine ecosystems and wildlife by preventing their environments from becoming hypoxia zones. By detecting when these low oxygen areas are forming, we can work proactively to halt their development before they occur. This vital intervention helps keep the ocean alive, ensuring the health of the marine habitats and the diverse species that inhabit them. And it also helps out other companies too, detecting how human activity alters acoustic behaviors like water chemistry and helps reduce the cost for water treatment plants when preparing for the impact of low oxygen levels.
This image here is a coral reef in a hypoxia zone. Its progression from healthy to dying. Over on the left, where the coral is healthy and alive, and over time it starts to turn white, and then all the color drains away, leaving it like that.
Next slide, please. And these are all of the online sources that we use, but all of the research and information throughout the presentation is mainly from all the various companies and organizations that have collaborated with us to make this project possible. And next slide, please. And this journey from regional competition to in-depth research and expert collaboration has transformed our project. We are now working on developing an even better prototype that uses AI, robotics, and real-world oceanographic data to detect hypoxia zones in a way that's innovative, scalable, and grounded in science. We are so excited to keep pushing forward, not just to win, but to make a real impact. And thank you for listening.
Amazing. Thank you, Grammar Griffins. How does it feel to be back on the stage?
It's amazing. I mean, for our entire team, it's an amazing opportunity to win nationals at Dalhousie and then come to international here for the third annual one and showcase what our passions are for ocean science. And we really love what we're doing, and we're excited to keep pushing forward.
We love what you're doing too. Give them a hand. Thank you so much, Grammar Griffins. I just wanted to point out one thing before we go to the Q&A. I want to let the audience talk and ask you all their questions. But they say that about 80% of jobs are hired for through word of mouth or through your network or through your connections. And I can testify to this. The last job I got because I applied for it was about 10 years ago. So now you are part of the Brilliant Blue community. You never know who's the person you're going to talk to next, who's going to unlock a door for you, who's going to help you solve a problem, who's going to answer a research question. So keep an open mind, make sure you get in touch with everyone, stay active within the community, and then let's build something more amazing together. Now let's open it up to the audience if you have any questions for Grammar Griffins.
Your project is absolutely amazing and so wonderful coming from people in doing that and delivering. So wonderful to see people your age doing something like this. My question is something fairly simple. I was wondering where you got the idea to focus on hypoxia zones specifically. Was it something due to like a conference or is it something that has been in your mind for a long time?
Sure. Thank you. That's a great question. Well, basically, it started because we were gonna compete in the FLL, and we did. But we were looking for an idea for our innovation project. I don't know if you know what FLL is. It's called First Legally. It's where you build a robot and do a bunch of things like that. But it also consists of an innovation project. And so we needed an idea to focus on for that. And we were just like researching around. And then, yeah, we just found the idea of hypoxia zones, and everyone liked it. So that's basically how we did it.
We love it.
Okay, I'll just look up the mic here. So for our last, the initial idea, of course, is this hardware, and everyone starts with hardware first to get the initial prototype. But here we don't have our fins, but this is our autonomous glider that we initially thought we would continue. But through research with other companies, we found a better solution, and always a journey of 1,000 steps begins with one. So let's just say this is our first step, second step, and that's where there's 97 more to go. So there's always room for improvement. Everything has improvement. But as you insert many questions out of there, but In our last national competition, we showcased this prototype with, of course, some more attachments which are not present today. With our hydrophone that was asset and presentation, generously donated by the research company Geospectrum here. So yeah, I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I think sorry, I just want to add something. When you asked that question, and Alyssa responded about FLL, a big part of our, we didn't have this in our presentation, but a big part of this project that really helped us was also the collaboration of international teams, not the ideas, but just getting to know what they thought about it and what they wanted to, like what they had ideas about, because at the FLL, we qualified to the international competition at the Polytechnic Institute of Technology in Worcester this summer. So there we met with international teams, over 108 teams from around the world, and they all had their own innovation project, not pretend to what we're doing, but an innovation project revolving around the oceans. So it was amazing to see their perspective and intuition on what they thought.
Do we have any other questions for the Grammar Griffins? No? Okay. Thank you so much, Grammar Griffins. It was good to see you. We'd love to see you back for the national competition next year, and then the global competition the year after that. As long as you're still qualified to be with us, come back, update your report log, and you're good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was exciting. That was the official first presentation of the third Global Brilliant Blue Challenge. Coming at you live from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, from the Bedford Institute of Oceanography. Now, I'm being told that we have Team MRE01 lined up to come back next, Marine Mines. But until I am 100% sure that they are with us, I'm going to quiz you on some ocean facts. I don't know if you've been paying attention or if you've been following our Instagram. So I'm going to be throwing at you some trivia questions. If you know the answer, just applaud. If you don't know the answer, try to take a guess. Are we ready? I can't hear you. All right, it seems like I am having some technical difficulties on my end. Hello. People in the audience, are you with us? Uh-oh.
Looks like they may be muted, Rashid.
It looks like you might be muted in the audience. There we go. All right, now I can hear you. Oof, stop scaring me like that, you guys.
Okay, just
all right.
So open.
Your first trivia question is, what percentage of oxygen production are the oceans responsible for? We don't need an exact figure. You can tell me more or less. What percentage do we think the oceans are responsible for producing in terms of oxygen? And yes, they do that through phytoplankton. And phytoplankton is not just plankton that's a little aggro. So who thinks it's 30 to 40%? 30 to 40% of oxygen. Who thinks that that's the right guess? Okay, who thinks it's 40 to 50%? Did I hear someone say higher? All right, that's pretty confident. Do you want to tell us how much it is?
50%.
It's more than 50%. That's the correct answer. Let's give them a hand. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's always exciting. I'm sorry I can't see you to congratulate you in person, but thank you for guessing that one. All right. Does anyone have eyes on Team Marine Minds before I go on to the next question? Next question. Okay, before we go on to the next question, again, I want to reiterate, please, 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 don't sleep on the Brilliant Blue community. Don't sleep on the Brilliant Blue community platform. Sometimes you could get stuck on a question and someone on the other side of the globe can answer it for you. Sometimes you want to test your prototype in different environments. There are people in different environments. Make sure that you hit them up, you collaborate, you figure out how to do things together. It's always good to do things together. All right, Team Marine Minds, are you with us? Team Marine Minds is not with us yet, so we will move on to the next trivia question. All right. The ocean economy is valued $67 trillion. Ah, wouldn't that be nice? We'd all be so much richer.
6.7?
6.7? Now that's closer. Okay.
3.
3, that's even closer. You're getting warmer.
1.5.
1.5. You're getting warmer, but on the other end.
2.
All right, that's even closer. It's
4.1.
no. It is 2.5. So the ocean economy is valued at $2.5 trillion annually. And everyone keeps saying that it's growing. So imagine how much room there is for you to do something different, for you to do something new, for you to do something awesome, and for you to do something that makes you rich. All right, Team Marine Minds, Team Marine Minds. Nope. Okay. Now, this is a question about little things doing big things. So, coral reefs cover less than 1% of the ocean floor. But how much of marine life do they support? Let's hear it for 10 to 20%. 10 to 20%. People in the chat on YouTube, feel free to put in your guess. No one is guessing 10 to 20%. Okay. Let's try 20 to 30%.
67%.
67%. Who is that? 6, 7. So, yeah, I know I might be a millennial, but I do have a Gen Z sister and a Gen Alpha brother. So thank you for cluing me in. All right. So I think Team Marine Minds is with us, but before I leave you hanging, the correct answer is 25%. Coral reefs support 25% of marine life, even though they cover only 1% of the globe. Okay, Team Marine Minds USA, the floor is yours. Or maybe not. Just a friendly reminder to the young folks in the audience, it is not okay to yell fire in an auditorium, no matter how fire the team you're supporting is. Team Marine Minds. Calling Team Marine Minds, please report to the front office. All right, Team Marine Minds is going to take another minute possibly, so let's... Okay, by round of applause, do we want to do another quiz question or do we want to do what's in my bag?
Quiz question.
Quiz question! No one cares about your bag, Rashid. All right, so now we know that plastic is everywhere. We know that microplastics are everywhere. But the question is, how many tons of plastic enter the ocean on a yearly basis? And no, it is not 67 million tons. Nor is it 6.7, just in case. All right, so how many million tons of plastic enter the ocean annually? All right, let's go for 5 to 10. Who says it's 5 to 10 million?
50.
What is that? 50? 35?
41.
41? No, thankfully it's not that high, and it's definitely not as high as 35 or 50. We have someone in the chat telling us it's 5 million. Com Podcast is saying 5 million. Com Podcast is now guessing 3 million. Patrick is guessing 9.3. Sean Snipe says 67. So obviously Sean Snipe is just joining us right now. All right. So the correct answer is, drum roll please. It is 8 million tons. I mean, I want to say thankfully it's only 8 million tons, but that's still way too much. Okay. Team Marine Minds. Team Marine Minds. Calling on Team Marine Minds. Okay, we
Rashid,
will
if
give
you
them
give me a
another...
moment. We might have a team from the Ivory Coast online with us, so I'm just going to try to get them to check their audio. Emmanuel de la Côte d'Ivoire, est-ce que tu nous entends? Emmanuel de la Côte d'Ivoire, êtes-vous là?
Oui, je vous entends très bien et je vous suis, merci.
Allô, est-ce qu'il nous manque une équipe des États-Unis? Est-ce que votre équipe est présente? Est-ce qu'elle serait prête à présenter ou est-ce que vous préférez garder le temps que vous aviez planifié plus tard aujourd'hui?
Il était prévu qu'on prenne pas à partir de demain.
Oui, alors est-ce que vous pouvez garder ça demain?
Du coup, ouais, nous sommes toujours en préparation, nous sommes en train de faire la dernière rectification. Donc, nous ne sommes pas totalement prêts à intervenir aujourd'hui.
Oui, OK.
Désolé.
On comprend. OK. Merci beaucoup. Non, pas de problème. Merci.
Je vous en prie, merci.
Okay, so yeah, the Ivory Coast team will be presenting tomorrow, so they're just here with us today hanging out. So we're still looking for Marine Minds, Rashid, unfortunately.
It's okay. I just feel sorry for everyone in the auditorium who has to listen to my dad jokes and my bad puns. But you signed up for this, folks. Thank you, Jeff. All right, let's hear it again for Generation Blue. You're muted again. Go toy with me. There we go. All right. So how are we feeling? How's the energy? Look around the room. Look to the person on your right. Look to the person on your left. Are they asleep? Are they possibly dreaming of slowly moving jellyfish? If they are, make sure to give them a nudge, wake them up, We are making the future happen right here. You don't want to snooze on that. Okay, next trivia question for you. Are you ready? Okay, according to... All right. So the ocean covers 71% of Earth's surface. But how much of the planet's water does it contain? So the ocean covers 71% of Earth's surface. But how much of the planet's water does it contain? So in other words, our planet is not 71% water and then the rest is land. So how much of the world's water do our oceans hold? Should I throw out options?
Yes.
Okay, if you're going to say 67, you have to do it with the voice from now on.
That was me, Rashid. Rashid, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You got to do it with the voice, though. So everyone all together, let's do 67.
Yeah.
67. Well, it's not 67. The correct answer is 97.
Whoa.
Only 30% off, but thank you for that attempt. All right. Marine Minds is here and reporting for Blue Tea. All right. Marine Minds, the floor is all yours. Okay, Marine Minds, we cannot hear you if you're trying to talk to us.
Okay, yep, so we're here.
Oh, excellent. Look at you. Don't you look amazing?
We are amazing. So
Okay.
thank you so much. And I
Could you just do me a
apologize.
quick favor before you start?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yep.
A quick favor before you start. Can you all squish together so we can take a screenshot of the team? Perfection. All right. Our tech people, let's do it. Do it now. 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay.
All right.
Share the presentation. I
Floor is
think.
all yours.
I'm going to share. Do we need to share the presentation, right? All right.
Yes, if
Yes,
you could
please.
please share your screen so we can see
Share
it.
this slide. Yep.
How do I click this
Yeah.
button?
Click on that. Yeah. Just
the
say,
slides.
just the slides. Yeah. Share. We're good to go. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. My name's Lucy Gully.
My name's Ahana Budiraja.
And my name's Avin Budiraja.
And our project is Brilliant Buoys.
How do we move to the next slide?
Okay. The main problems we were addressing are the increasing issues relating global warming in coastal areas, including land erosion, rapid diversion from pre-existing data, rip currents, flooding, and animal migrational pattern changes. We also wanted to address the issue regarding solar-powered buoys, where they're not able to get energy at all points in the day, depending on the weather. Oh, wait, it went back, I think.
Oops.
Okay. Our proposed solution is implementing wave power generators to pre-existing buoys in the ocean. By utilizing piston and rotary motions to transform vertical motion into electricity, stored energy generators, which are corrosion-resistant batteries for continuous operation during fluctuations in tidal power. They provide steady, self-regulating power for sensors, GPS, connection modules that could be used for research and analysis depending on whatever purpose a town would want to use it for. This would ensure sustainability, durability, and minimal maintenance, offering a resilient alternative to solar-powered buoys.
So to give a little bit more background on wave energy, so to start off, the buoy moves along with the waves, and the waves push the buoy up and down. And using motion drive mechanics that are inside the buoy, the energy from the wave, the kinetic energy, would then be stored inside the buoy, and then those mechanics would spin a generator to produce electrical energy, and from the electrical energy, that would power sensors that could be used for any desirable needs. So next, right here, we got the simulation code, which we compared the solar energy to wave energy to see which one would be a better option. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go into depth about it, but this is the code. I used Python, and the result were these two graphs. As you can see, the wave energy output is significantly greater than the solar energy output, and in any condition, it's still producing a reliable source of energy.
Okay, so for the real world application, it supports oceanographic research by powering sensors for temperature, salinity, pH, oxygen levels, and heat sensors. It enables long-term remote and anonymous monitoring over marine ecosystems. It enhances meteorological and wave observation systems used for navigation, safety, and disaster forecasting. It's applicable in offshore aquaculture, ensuring real-time water quality monitoring. It can be used by defense shipping and offshore energy sectors for data collection and surveillance of humans and animals. And finally, it improves reliability and sustainability in marine research operations. So some potential problems which we may face is conversion efficiency may vary due to irregular waves because it's not always consistent. Mechanical wear from salt water may reduce the long-term durability and increase maintenance costs. There's a high initial development and testing cost, but in the long term, it will work out. And the cost is high, but it provides a constant source of efficient energy. Okay. For climate consideration, kinetic buoys depend on wave activity, which varies with regional and seasonal climate conditions. In some locations, the waves could be a lot stronger, and in some, there might not be as much activity. It performs best in areas with constant wave motion, and energy may fluctuate in calm regions. Climate change may intensify storms and alter wave patterns, creating both opportunities and risks. Design must ensure resilience against extreme weather using corrosion-resistant materials and flexible mooring. And finally, reusing buoys causing no additional materials in the ocean.
Thank you for your time. Just a little message. We did intend to create a prototype. However, we were able to get all the materials, but we weren't able to construct it and test it in time because there were weather issues the weekend we were trying to test it, because it happened to be when the hurricane hit. But we have more information on the actual prototype on our marketing presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Marine Minds. Well, this is not the DMV, so if you want us to use a better picture of you, make sure to take one and then send it to us as soon as possible. Also, show off on the platform. You've been added. Show us your prototype. Find the right angles. Find the right lighting. And show us how you're slaying. All right, questions for Marine Minds. Questions for Marine Minds from the US of A.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say that your project is very, very cool. The idea of harnessing wave energy to power buoys is something that I haven't really heard about before. So I have a little bit of a question. Do you have any ideas already concerning the type of materials that would go into creating the buoy and the place where you plan to store the wave energy? Things that was corrosion resistant.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, could you repeat the question, please?
Okay, so my question is regarding the materials that you want to use to make the buoy and that of the place you're going to collect the energy from the waves that you said was corrosion resistant.
I'm sorry, we're having a hard time hearing you with the acoustics. So if someone could type the question in the chat, either on the platform or on YouTube for everyone, that would be great. And we'll get back to you with the answer from Marine Minds. I guess I'll take the charge of the question since you can hear me and my voice is amazing. Tell me about the aha moments.
That right there.
If there was like one moment where you're like, I can't believe we just solved this, or as a team or even individually, tell me about the aha moments. I live for those.
Well, this isn't so much of an aha moment, but more of like a fear factor that goes into it. Because I live at the beach, and I'm sorry, there's a school bell. I live at the beach, and this past summer there've been like a really large amount of just rip currents happening all the time, and it's not very publicized. Like when you're on the beach, you won't be able to see it, but I'll like see things on my phone about it. And as we're like developing these wave powered energy, I kind of started to realize like we should implement it in a way that's sustainable and able to be used more generally, especially in certain aspects, including like emergency, like coastal safety. And that was kind of like my main aha moment that led us to going into this. And then after that, it kind of just expanded to different data you could collect with it if they were implemented out there. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. That was amazing. Anyone else?
I mean, my main aha moment was when Lucy told me this idea. I thought this was an amazing idea, specifically because energy has always fascinated me, and being able to create a project like this, or thinking of even the idea of this and thinking about implementing it into the future, I just thought that was really amazing.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing. So again, for the people watching, if something that Team Marine Minds has said sparked your interest, your curiosity, if you think you can help, feel free to reach out to us. We'll connect you. We're here to get results. We're not here just to have a good time and make some jokes. We're here to get results, and we're always happy to have people who are willing to help our teams achieve the goals that they set for themselves, and to help us achieve the goals that we are setting for the future. Thank you, Marine Minds. Thank you so much for your time. We'll be waiting to hear more from you. I'm sure you'll be making a lot of waves. Keep us posted.
Rashid.
Yes.
We have the question.
Oh, we have the question. Yes.
Hello. I just wanted to very quickly say that I think your project is extremely cool. Harnessing wave energy is something that I've never heard about until now. My question is basically mainly about materials. What type of materials would be used to make the buoy, for example? And how exactly would you use materials to make the battery, I assume it's going to be a battery, corrosion resistant?
We don't have too much to say on that just because we haven't gotten to that process in our production of it. However, all of the technology we're using is stuff that already exists that we're reapplying, because, well, essentially we're also using buoys that are already in the ocean, and the technology from solar powered buoys, which has all that technology already in it, we're just repurposing it in a way that is a little bit more constant and able to implement it in ways other than like lighting, because most solar powered buoys right now are used for like visibility at night and not so much data collecting, which is kind of our main point and how we're adjusting it.
Thank you, Team Marine Minds. And to whoever is asking the question, if you have any suggestions, recommendations, or research that you've come across recently that might be interesting to Marine Minds, please make sure to share them and with everyone.
Can we ask a question?
Yes, you can ask another question. Team Marine Minds, are you still with us?
Oh, my question is, where would you guys place this? Like offshore or like onshore or like how close to? Where would you guys approximately place it?
So we would put it where there already is pre-existing buoys, which would be by the shore or boating areas, if that answers your
And
question.
the only issue with that is that there is risk of like human interaction or interfering with the data collected. However, our main point isn't so much analyzing just the oceanic patterns, but mainly how it's affecting the humans. So it's kind of like working like in tandem. So we would definitely try and keep it near the coastal environments where it's like constantly fluctuating in ocean patterns.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is everyone else getting, or is anyone else getting the urge to just go, yeah, boy? Or is it just me?
Boy.
There's too much talk of buoys. All right, any other questions for Team Marine Minds before we release them for the day? No, thank you so much, Team Marine Minds. It was great seeing you, chatting with you, and hearing about your project. We look forward to having you back next year.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, up next, I believe we have Team Zepaquevics from Zepaquevics Wind from Canada. I know that they're a returning team. They are one of the champion teams of the Canadian, or the first Canadian national competition. Hi.
Okay, this is
Buenos
for the
días.
I just got given the 5-minute signal, so you're going to have to sit through another round of trivia.
Sorry, I'm so good at this.
I'll try to not ask quantitative questions so that we don't get the usual answer. Let's see. Global sea levels have risen 8 inches since 1880. Why? Haha, you weren't ready for this question. No numbers, only words. Can't hear you in the auditorium.
Is it
Thank you.
warming?
Sorry?
Is it global warming?
I mean, it is global warming. Yes, it is due to the melting ice and thermal expansion. So at some point, there was a lot of ice, and now there's less of it, and it's water. If you're living near a coast, you've seen this. People in your community are worried about it. I hope you have projects to deal with it. All right. Next question. Next question. Anyone? Anyone?
What's the weather like where you're at? I know it's nighttime, Rashid, but
The weather actually is starting to cool. Fall has fallen finally. I still am hosting this event in the AC, which is nice. But soon it's gonna get pretty cold.
oh yeah, well, it's pretty cold.
It's a dry cold, so it feels colder than the usual, but it gets down to about 14 centigrade, which I know isn't very cold for Finland, but that's pretty cold for us here.
And you're in Cairo?
I am in Cairo, yes. I'm a digital nomad, so I'm Lebanese. I work from Cairo, but my company is in Estonia because that's what we're doing. We're globalizing. All right, so next question. Over 1 million tons of this thing enter the ocean annually from spills and runoff. What is this thing we're talking about?
Crude oil.
Crude oil. I mean, that is unfortunately a very easy guess to make, isn't it? That is correct. Over 1 million tons of oil enter the ocean annually from spills and runoff. And oil cleanup is one of the worst time-consuming things that we've had to encounter when it comes to ocean cleanups. So hopefully you've got projects about that today. If not, next year it is. All right. Next up, Team Zepaquavix, are you with us? Zepaquavix Wind. If you're just joining us, make sure to ask Team Zepaquavix Wind about their team name. All right, we will wait to get a response. Yes.
Awesome. I was just testing our mobile mic, so I'll have to say it hours. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's hear it again for Generation Blue, just to make sure that the auditorium still has people in it. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Please make sure to take lots of pictures, lots of selfies, post them online for me to be able to see you and interact with you to make the FOMO just a little easier to get through today.
And on that, remember it's hashtag Brilliant Blue 2025.
All right, that is it. Hashtag Brilliant Blue 2025, hashtag Generation Blue. I like that because we can use that anytime, any year, and maybe it'll get people curious.
Here they come.
Team Zepaquavix win! The floor is all yours. I shall now disappear into the ether.
You guys are sticking around. You introduce after that. I'm going to do some individual ones. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, but we did it.
Making floating offshore wind turbine heads since yesterday.
By Anne, Howard,
Daniel.
and you.
And Howard. There are only so many spots on land for wind turbines, and we need more ways to create green energy. Unfortunately, offshore wind turbines have their own drawbacks. We will be taking existing offshore wind turbine models and improving them so they reduce sustain and benefit the environment.
Hi, my name is India Smola. I was born in Vancouver, BC, and I'm in grade 8. I was in charge of the logbook, making sure everything that needs to be kept track of is written down, but lately Galley's been helping me with that. I also help the business side of this. Hi, I'm Dan. I'm in grade 7. I was born here in Nova Scotia, and I've been really working all over the place with this competition. But I've been working a lot on these speaker notes that took a lot more time than anticipated, especially since I can't allow competition.
Hello, I'm Callie. I was born in Ontario and I'm in grade 7. I'm in charge of basically engineering and helper. I have currently taken on class for learning development. I have also been working on the audio software side of the project.
Hello, my name is Daniel. I was born in Ottawa, Ontario. I'm in grade 8. I am in charge of the Scotia Instrument and 20 people. Hello, my name is Tyler. I was born in Nova Scotia and I'm also in grade 8. I was servicing the building along with Daniel and Mr. Fred as a city level 3 project.
This team is dedicated to creating a memorable project. We consulted with people who should have the title expert. Primarily, we'll consult with government and offshore wind turbine manufacturers, but any interested company can buy. These improved offshore wind turbines are featured. Bystanders must provide lots of some information.
Problem. Offshore wind turbines are expensive and very easy to break, meaning it is not a good idea to spend it with current model. At this point, it is also not always good for the environment because it takes valuable energy from the ecosystem. It's something bigger than global much prevent. Turbines have also been a source of many bird fatalities every year.
Dartmouth wind. In case you're wondering what it stands for, Dartmouth stands for Zero Emission Power and Quality Utilities with Environmentally Valuable Energy Extraction.
Science and American started recycling birds and other uses. This pilot project started in 2021 and is going to be a very path to the future. We believe that this will be the start of many non-carrier diseases for birds.
After wind has also developed new demand for observability over the last 6 years. Data competitive. For example, they assume that 40% of the market will be modular with designs by 2027. They also go over the drawbacks of using these.
The listening together project is having the bird watchers happen. With the help of audio logs, they can identify the bird by their calls and offer affordable, high-quality technology for the birds.
These are the different places to do.
So that means VOC stands for vertical access control. Pros and cons. Pros. Much larger surface area than other options. It's better path for wind flow, wind filter, making it easier to capture. Much stronger and harder to break, making it a safer option.
Con. The cons of the sodium wide blue, they do use resistance, well, they do use more material, therefore making more expensive is always a factor whenever you're moving anything. And also has more points of connection to the shaft, which makes it more wobbly, and you can see here, which the energy that it produces less. What we change on the spot? We use recycled plastics so that the material used are better than the environment. Secure the shaft, and we put a tube in the middle so that the shaft will run through, as the normal. Then we had audio software sensors to make the larger surface of the plate safer.
Different wind turbines. Pros and cons. Pros. Lower cost, which is always really great when you're trying to create something. Operates at a low wind speed and increase energy even though it's not windy, but it means to increase energy in a variety of different conditions. More compact, appears to be 10% of birds in it, and it's 40% efficiency increase compared to standard wind turbines.
Cons. More material volume costs. Small and not very scalable, meaning it would be difficult if you ever intended to make a larger turbine.
Well, we will change them small. Next. I think we're a couple passes here. Next, please. Next. can let's see what that is. Next. 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 What would you change on the model? We use recycled plastics as a material, use a better for the environment and to reduce the weight of waste. If they're lighter, then to be higher up, catching more wind, and stop the well from getting injured, and we use audio blocks for sensors to get more dense.
Next. Overall solution. Airplanes and 2 offshore wind turbines that are environmentally friendly and structurally robust. We will identify the best performing model and prepare for sale. Each turbine will include built-in audio loss sensors to automatically shut off the system when there is emergency. To enhance stability, we will deploy vibration-resistant materials, and floating cables will be used to secure the turbines. Again, more factors and choices for effectiveness and self-maintenance and control. Next.
And anything else that might run that. But also look underneath the surface to see the fish, anything else that would how that affects migration patterns, as well as looking on the seafloor, seeing how it affects crustaceans and other species or other things. Next. Bird protection system. Next. So this is my links, and probably some of you recognize, but let's be done. Merlin is an app used by many people across the world. Merlin closes the sound and then in real time sends it to an AI program that identifies whether there is a bird calling and if there is a bird calling, what kind of bird it is. It is very useful on CBU.com. You are wondering what is the existing software that Merlin uses and aggregate what it like. So, next. How it works. Much like how the algorithm works, we will take the data that we request using the audio file. We will run the data through an AI system that will let us know what kind of bird it is, where it is, and how fast it's moving, so that we will listen and try to imitate. With the audio log, if there is a bird approaching the turbine or moving towards the turbine, the audio log will send a notification to the turbine that should cause the turbine to stop or at least slow down, letting the birds pass safely through the sticky waves or not. Next. What would we do? We can place the audio log bird monitors on top and a radar direct. The audio log sends a signal to the turbine when bird is through call and close to the turbine. The triangular shape of the audio log could be able to figure out what kind of bird it is using the Merlin technologies, as well as how fast it's moving, therefore being able to furthermore predict when you have to turn on the turbine. If the bird is too close or it's flying too fast, that's when the turbine will shut off or at least slow down so that the bird can pass safely through.
Next. Orbital heat. Using audio log, the system will reduce bird fatalities while protecting the turbine blades from damage caused by collision.
By detecting nearby birds earlier, the turbines can slow down or stop, giving wildlife a safe passage. In addition, the data collected by our audio moth sensors could be uploaded to eBird, a global platform where bird sightings are shared, contributing valuable information to the scientific and birdwatching communities worldwide.
Next, the prototype. Next. These are our original turbines. As you can see here, there's one made out of plastic water bottles, which was originally made for another project. That one is the Savonius Vought. So this turbine here. So that was the original model of that. The Savonius Vought and the Fibonacci, which is the brown colored one, those were the two that we ended up sticking with because they were the two best. They were the most efficient and works the best. this is our original model, and as you can see, they've now been vastly improved. Next. These are some pictures of our turbines on the roof, where we place them to catch the wind. Next. And this is a video. As you can see, the Fibonacci turbine is performing much better than the Savonius in those wind conditions. Next. This is the material list for the turbine.
Design. Our turbines are built with the turbine mounted. Next. Next. Back one. Design. Our turbines are built with the turbine mounted on a metal shaft. At the bottom of the shaft, a gear is hooked up to the motor. The spinning of the motor generates power out of the wind hitting the blades. Energy from the turbine is transferred via a set of alligator clips into the microbit in the bin. The microbit is hooked up to a Chromebook to graph the data for long-term visualization. The wind turbine setup is on a plywood board, mounted on a plastic bin with cable ties containing all the sensitive electronics.
Next, the code. We collect data from the wind turbine via the microbit, and this code graphs it for easy reading. It detects input voltage on pin 0 of the microbit and writes it in a graph that updates every 0.5 seconds. We run the code in JavaScript.
Next. Here's a graph of our results. Over the 5 days, we had it running on the roof. This shows the power that it has produced, with the y-axis showing the voltage in millivolts and the x being the date. As you can see, on the 11th of October, which was a very windy day, the Fibonacci performed much better than the Savonius.
Next. As you can see from the graph, the Fibonacci was much better facing northwest than it was facing east. And the Savonius was also better facing northwest than east, but the Savonius was still bad.
Next.
Back one. Here's our average wind speed graph. On the red is the max wind speed, and on the blue is the average wind speed. On the days that the most power was produced from the wind turbines, you can see the max wind speed is much higher than it was on other days, especially on the 11th.
Discussion. The best blade and the one that we have decided to choose for our blade is a Fibonacci Watt. We believe this turbine worked the best because it had the most surface area, letting it catch the air much easier than the other models, as well as being much lighter with thinner blades and less frame. This was also the Savonius Watt was also much heavier. The previous model of the Savonius Watt was also the best of the 4 we tested prior to this. If we were able to print them at the same weight, we believe the Savonius would have been more effective than the Fibonacci at generating energy.
Next. This is our business pitch. Next. Introduction to business. Zebra-Weavix Wind is all about creating new renewable energy by using different wind turbine blades. Our design is not like the wind turbine you can see on top of mountains. We have designed one that is different and more efficient than a normal one. We need at least $500,000 in order to start up Zebra-Weavix Wind. Once we get the funding, we will be able to make one wind turbine blade, and if everything goes well, we'll start making profit by 2030.
Problem we address. Next. Offshore wind turbines can be expensive and sometimes unreliable, making them a costly energy solution. They also pose environmental challenges as their construction and operation can harm marine ecosystems and injure wildlife such as birds and bats.
Solution. Offshore wind turbines.
To our customers. For our customers, we hope to have the offshore wind industry, because they'll want spider blades, obviously. A mix of independent and governmental organizations. For those of you who know, Tim Houston is hoping to have some offshore wind turbine blades spinning by 2033, I think it is. And we hope to be a part of that. Or our model would be a good one to use there, especially with the response from the fishermen who think that it would disrupt fishing areas. With our model, we can use a raft and cables anchoring it down instead of having a direct shaft, which would most likely send more vibrations into the water. We would also like to use a mix of Canadian, European, or even American companies. Another company we might want to contact would be Catapult Ocean, a Norwegian company that invests in new businesses that have a positive impact on the environment.
Unique value proposition. We use recycled materials to make our wind turbine blades, producing an environmentally sustainable product that appeals to customers. This approach also generates positive publicity for the companies that use our blades. To minimize environmental impact further, we prioritize sourcing materials locally whenever possible.
Unfair advantage. Our company will use large quantities of recycled plastics and metals. We will purchase recycled plastics from multiple sites such as Greppo, Vandan Recycling, or other brands yet to be discovered. This will make us very popular because recycling is very good for the environment. Another unfair advantage is that in Nova Scotia, so locally for us, there's already offshore wind turbine development starting. So our team might already have some buyers and you won't have to pay for shipping, which again would make a huge impact in the long term. We also have technology designed to protect birds, making us a popular choice for environmentalists.
Channels and advertising. We plan to connect with investors through conferences and other networking events, taking advantage of free opportunities whenever possible. In addition, we will pursue in-person meetings, reach out via cold emails, and leverage references to build relationships and gain support for our projects. Cost structure. Each blade will cost for us to produce at a minimum of $500,000, or so we estimate. They should be constructed from durable recycled materials such as plastic, styrofoam, aluminum, and steel. Repairing blades, which hopefully won't need repairing, will cost from about $20,000 to up to $300,000 for severe structural damage. Installing an AudioMoth listening device, which is a clear waterproof case, adds about $230, which will greatly, significantly enhance the blade's environmental monitoring capabilities.
Revenue streams. We will sell each wind turbine blade for $1 million, creating our main revenue stream. Additional income could come from offering repairs and maintenance, as well as installing sensors and providing environmental consulting.
Next. Key metrics. We have a website called Zepaquifix Wind. On this website, you can see all the information that is on this slideshow, as well as view the slideshow. It also has exclusive photos of our team and project with a fun green energy game.
Next. This is our cost graph. As you can see, the red line represents our earnings starting from 2025. By 2028, we hope to be earning more than the costs, which are represented by the blue bars each year.
To our customers, we will offer offshore wind turbine models such as Savonius and Fibonacci, featuring blades from recycled materials equipped with AudioMoth sensors. If customers are unhappy, we'll listen to their feedback and make improvements in the next batch of turbines. That said, 5 middle schoolers could not run a company alone, so we will need additional support from others to help manage the business.
Next. Troubleshooting. This process was far from easy. While building the prototype, we struggled with tangled wires and constantly running out of parts. These wires refused to function in any configuration except for the one we finally settled on. We had also planned to install audio moth bird detectors on the roof, as well as these, but the time constraints prevented us from adding them.
Next. Acknowledgements.
To Ellis from Brilliant Labs, from 3D Printing Tips, showing us how to code the turbines, we appreciate everything you have done.
To Tara McMullen for being there, starting this opportunity for us, and letting us work on it in class time, as well as putting it on the roof, which turned out to be a whole nother adventure all by itself.
To the AWEC staff for helping us with our random project essentials throughout the project, especially Mr. Shepard for also helping put it up on the roof, Mr. Frail for a lot of our woodworking and construction stuff, as well as Mrs. Hannah for our decals and other things.
Jean-Sebastien for analyzing the data and making it readable.
Lindsay Rogerson for all her input and suggestions to our project early on. And finally, to Brilliant Blue for giving us this opportunity. Next. This is our bibliography. And next. Thank you for listening.
From Anne McCormick, Callie Viscato,
Daniel Weir,
India Smolar,
and Tyler Jotry.
Thank you, Team Zepaquevix Wind. It's good to see you back. How was your time since we last spoke?
It was good. We've learned a lot and improved our models.
Happy to hear it. So, just a few comments from my end on your presentation. Number one, epic rap battles of history, Fibonacci versus Savonius. I think you guys need to make it happen. Number two, so I guess we expect you to come back in 2030 and have your logo on our banner as one of our sponsors and supporters when you start making money.
Yeah, we will be.
All right. Well, you've got 5 years. You've got 5 years. There's a lot you could do in 5 years, and we have every bit of faith in you. All right, let's open it up to the floor. Do we have any questions for our team? Zepaquevix Wind. I still cannot pronounce the name, by the way. I don't know. I couldn't really hear you very well in the beginning. So if you haven't had the chance, can you tell us about the team name?
Zepaquevix. Zepaquevix. And it stands for, if you couldn't hear this, zero emission power and quality utilities with environmentally viable energy extraction.
And believe it or not, we came up with this name with basically going around the table and saying random letters because we were kind of at a loss for what to name our team. And then later on, we added the acronym.
Okay, so I have a question. Have you thought about how ocean waves and currents will affect the angle at which the wind hits the blades when deployed into the ocean? And the differences you'd have to make depending on where exactly in the world it's placed.
So another thing with the cables is, like, personally, I think that steel cables would be our best option because then we can put them out deeper, even if there might be more storms, which is a factor that we have to really look into. We haven't done a whole lot of that yet, but yeah, that would be a great thing to look onto in the future. Any other questions?
Thanks very much, Zepaquevix. Thanks for the presentation. I was just wondering what manufacturing process you're thinking of using for the blades and how big you expect them to be.
Well, the blades certainly could be a variety of sizes. I know for the Fibonacci, we could make the original size of the blade. The only problem is we will be unable to scale it up easily reusing the same blade. But honestly, I think you could like use the Fibonacci and make it big enough to put it on a boat, or just make smaller versions that you could put on your house and have your own little wind turbine to power your house. Any other questions?
I have another question. Okay. Have you thought about what technology you'll use to slow the turbine down when the audio moth detects a bird?
So currently they're hooked up to motors that generate the energy from the moving of the turbine, as you can see in that box. Even if you just sent a signal that like stopped the motor, that froze it, which would stop the turbine from moving, would be enough, or slowing it down at least.
Okay, thanks very much.
And I have one last question as well. Based on how you answered the first of his questions, it seems that you're also considering doing some kind of model for like on land rather than offshore. So like, how would you approach this? Would this be fields full of the turbine, or would it be something like you said earlier, where it's something that you can have attached to your house, etc.?
Well, as I'm not sure if you remember, but I mentioned there before that one of the cons is the Fibonacci is harder to scale up. So the judges actually brought this up, and I think that a lot of people have solar panels on their roofs, but again, it's not always sunny, but there's normally at least some wind. And Fibonacci, actually, how we found out the blade is we found it on boats. They are used to power boats. That way you don't have to use up diesel, gasoline, whatever you're using for your boats that can prevent oil leakage, whatever the word is, or oil spills, and hopefully minimize ocean pollution that way as well.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, teams. Zepaquivix. All right.
Right.
And now, wow, that was kind of sad. That's not loud enough. Let's hear it for Team Zepaquivix. Now that's more like it. That's more like it. Okay. Well, while we wait for our next team, Team Jedi T, I'm going to share a few messages from our partners around the world. Our partners from Finland, Scotland, Chile, and Ghana. Say hello.
Hi, my name is Eva Lohinia. Hi, my name is Eva Lohinia Kwe from the Academic Talent Development Program. In August 2025, the Ghana Olympic Academy proudly launched the maiden edition of the Brilliant Blue Challenge, a call to young innovators across the nation to shape the future of our oceans. Schools were invited to submit 10 new presentations proposing solutions in 3 key areas: the marine renewable energy, the marine autonomous systems, and healthy marine life. The response was truly inspiring. From research to presentation, students demonstrated creativity, teamwork, and a deep passion for marine sustainability. On the final day, 7 outstanding teams gathered at the Olympiad Edu Center to present their innovative ideas before a panel of expert judges from the University of Ghana's Department of Marine and Fisheries Sciences. We are happy to have 2 teams from Ghana representing at the International Brilliant Blue Challenge, which is happening in Nova Scotia, Canada. We wish you all the very best. From Ghana, we say adios. Bye.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ainsley Carnarvon from the Heart of Midlothian Innovation Centre in Edinburgh, Scotland.
Having the Brilliant Blue competition launched this year in Scotland has been an incredible experience for us. It wasn't just about bringing a new program, but it was providing another opportunity for young people to really explore their creativity and to see how they can actually become protectors of our planet. From day one, there was an amazing sense of curiosity and excitement from the young people. And the thing is, many of them were exploring the blue economy for the very first time and discovering how their ideas can pretty much be used to make real changes in life within areas such as ocean health and marine renewable energy. We watch young people grow in confidence as they work together and they collaborated with each other to create these forward thinking solutions. It was really powerful to see how they were able to take local problems or challenges within Scotland and connect that to global problems and really get that sense of power to feel like their voices matter and they can actually do something to make real change within the world that they live. So witnessing this experience from our first year, it reminded me of why it's important to have opportunities such as the Brilliant Blue competition to give young people that opportunity to use STEM in very innovative ways to then make real impacts within the world. I also want to take a moment to congratulate the two amazing teams from Scotland who would be representing the country within the global competition. And their teamwork and dedication towards the environment has really been remarkable. And generally, for everyone who would be participating within the Brilliant Blue competition across the world, I do want to say thank you. All of your ideas, they are really great ideas, and they all work towards making a more sustainable world for each and every one of us. So this is just the beginning for Scotland. We are already thinking ahead for 2026. We want to have Brilliant Blue Scotland even bigger, better, have more schools on board, more industry partners, and really bigger projects and more opportunities for all the young people to experience, not just within the competition, but throughout the competition season. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of the other solutions that would be presented within this global competition. And I'm really looking forward to Brilliant Blue 2026 and beyond. Thanks.
Okay, this is for the student challenge for 2026 and what to expect and how we're preparing our students in Australia to be ready for it. So, what I've done is I've studied around about 26 papers, and what I plan to do is eventually turn this into a textbook because I've decided I want to write textbooks for oceanography research to complement the Oceanography 101. This is particularly around the biogenic iron dust and how it can, it's amazing. This could actually remove quite a lot of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere in a very short amount of time. That is why when David Attenborough did his ocean movie, that is part of what you need to watch in prep. You need to listen in there on what he talks about. He says that the phytoplankton, which is what biogenic dust is, what comes and eats it. So there's a few things that I'm going to break down, and just so that you can understand what's going to be in the year's curriculum, because I've got all the rubrics already downloaded. And what I would do is put all of these research papers in there and get the teachers to work out how they fit in the year. And this is going to be a 7-year student conference, I think. Well, not a student conference, it's a curriculum from grade 5 up to grade 12, and how to get kids thinking about environmental science. Because our politicians make all these decisions, all of us, all over the planet.
I spy with my little eye a Jedi tea.
Hello.
Well, 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 look who's back.
All
How are you
right.
feeling?
Pretty excited, I think. Yeah, all of us are doing pretty well. How about yourself?
Doing great. I love having you all here. I love hearing about all the new ideas and the improvements on old ideas. So the floor is all yours. I'm not here.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and fellow innovators. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we are standing on Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. We are Team Jedi T from Halifax West High School located in Nova Scotia, Canada, and we are honored to present our project for the Brilliant Blue Global Challenge 2025. Introducing the Crustacean Removal and Biodiversity Support System, aka Project Crabs, right over there, with an extra S in the end. We represent a group of passionate grade 12 students who truly believes that youth-led innovation can make a difference. With the help of our teacher advisor, Mr. Dana Sweeney, we've created a prototype that we hope becomes part of the solution in solving and protecting Atlantic Canada's and global marine ecosystems.
Great. To get started, we'll be talking about some things we'll be talking about today. So today we'll be discussing our problem, the solution, our journey, the vision, the opportunities, and our experiences. So just to get started with, this project was only designed to tackle one of the 1,442 different invasive species that exist in Canada. So invasive species are a real problem that have devastating effects on the fragile ecosystem that exists within Canada. They surround us everywhere, including and affecting our local communities and our everyday lives. This project tries to highlight the amount of research that needs to be done in tackling these invasive species.
Okay, so what is the problem that we are trying to solve? Well, from across Atlantic Canada, one of the most urgent and devastating species to our marine ecosystems is the Carcinus minas, or otherwise known as the European green crab. These crabs are listed among the world's most invasive marine species for a good reason. They are aggressive, highly adaptable, and they reproduce fairly quickly. Unlike native species that are present in our ecosystems, they have no natural predators here, which means their population continues to grow with very few checks in place. But the damage they cause goes way far beyond just numbers. One example of the serious impact of their destruction is of eelgrass meadows. These meadows play a critical role in coastal health. Eelgrass stabilizes sediment, stores carbon, and provides essential nursery habitats for juvenile fish and shellfish. When green crabs burrow and feed, they rip up these meadows, leading to habitat loss, coastal erosion, and in many areas, a complete breakdown of the local system. The effects do not just stop there. Green crabs are known to prey on soft shell clams, mussels, scallops, and even young lobsters, which directly threatens Nova Scotia's fisheries and aquaculture industries. This isn't just an environmental problem, it's also an economic one. Coastal communities rely on healthy shellfish stocks to support jobs, supply food, and local businesses. The unchecked spread of green crabs puts all of that at a great risk.
So, the European green crab exists all around the globe, from Asia all the way to North America. As seen in the graphic displayed above, they are actually native to the European and the Western European side, but they are very invasive to both coasts of Canada. As seen as this graphic, where we stand today, which is Halifax, Nova Scotia, is highly plagued by the European green crabs. And they don't only impact the world, they impact us so close to home, and they affect the livelihood of our province through the fishing industry and many other marine economies.
Despite these threats, the current monitoring methods that we have available for the tracking and removal of these invasive green crabs are extremely outdated and inefficient. They are labor-intensive, infrequent, and really poorly scaled for larger coastlines, which is exactly why we need a more modern and autonomous system that can gather real-time, high-quality environmental data and help us in developing effective control strategies. And that is exactly where crabs comes in.
The Crustacean Removal and Biodiversity Support System, or CRABS with an S, is a cutting-edge, steepler-mounted monitoring device designed to address the escalating ecological threat posed by invasive European green crabs Engineered for autonomous operation in shallow coastal waters, Crabs uses a downward-facing camera and embedded sensors to continuously track green crab activity and gather high-resolution environmental data. Crabs is made of ABS pipes to withstand the ocean's elements such as the pressure. The frame is the foundation for many future iterations and add-ons for our future vision.
This smart unit not only collects valuable real-time data to support research and conservation efforts, but it is also built with modularity in mind. This allows for future upgrades such as AI-driven species recognition, sonar imaging, and pheromone diffusion systems, which are aimed at disrupting crab mating cycles. Crabs is scalable and adaptable, which makes it ideal for deployment across multiple coastal locations where it can serve as a part of a broader mesh network of marine monitoring tools. By replacing outdated manual trapping and infrequent data sampling, Crabs can introduce a modern data-driven solution that empowers researchers, policymakers, and environmental organizations to understand and manage invasive species with greater precision and longer-term impact.
Now, how exactly does Crabs work? At the heart of Crabs is the Raspberry Pi 5, which is a small but compact microcomputer that serves as the central control unit for the system's monitoring and data collection capabilities. The Raspberry Pi 5 allows for 2 camera mounts in which the system allows for AI-driven innovation. The camera is connected to a downward-facing frame in a stable ABS pyramidal frame, which captures high-resolution images of a 1 square meter area of the seafloor. This allows researchers to estimate green crab populations and monitor their behavior over time. We also have a large power bank that holds power for long deployments while allowing us to easily recharge the device. But for future interactions, we'd also like to incorporate solar panels to allow for long-term, low maintenance and longer deployments. Currently, data is stored locally on SD cards, but the team envisions future versions with remote cloud uploads like LoRa or LTE-based mesh networking, enabling live data streaming from multiple sites.
So over the summer, we were able to take Crabs into the field for in-depth testing. A prototype successfully recorded and tracked European green crabs, proving proof of concept that our system works under real-world marine conditions. We also began planning the integration of an additional camera system, which will enhance detection by covering a wider field of view and improving accuracy in population monitoring.
So, coming up with the idea behind our project, it required a lot of discussions during lunchtime and a lot of after-school meetings. So now we're going to walk you through our timeline. So between December and April, our team dedicated weekly lunch hours to researching the ecological impacts of invasive green crab species and developing the concept behind crabs. This period included the in-depth literature reviews, analysis of current monitoring methods, and early-stage design planning. A key part of this phase involved hands-on learning through field tours to prominent marine research facilities, such as the one that we're in right now, because we visited Bedford Institute of Oceanography March 25th of this year. And we also visited the Dalhousie University Aquatron, where we engaged with many marine scientists and observed real-world oceanographic equipment in action. So these experiences were able to deepen our knowledge of marine ecosystems, and it also introduced us and inspired us to take on the challenge of changing how underwater monitoring is currently handled.
On March 28th, we toured the Center for Ocean Ventures and Entrepreneurship, COVE, and NSCC's ocean technology facilities, where we explored ocean tech innovations and received critical insight into device design, waterproofing, data logging, and deployment challenges in coastal environments. From April to May, we transitioned into the planning phase, beginning with drafting the technical project proposal and business plan that would guide the development of crabs later on. During this period, we consolidated our initial research findings and clearly outlined our goals, implementation strategies, and projected impact. In parallel, we conducted key calculations such as determining the optimal camera height required to effectively image a 1 meter squared section of the seafloor.
During this phase, we also began sourcing the necessary hardware components which were required for the designing of our prototype. After receiving a grant on May 21st, we officially entered the final and most hands-on stage of our entire design process, which was the actual prototype assembly and technical integration. From late May through early June, our team worked diligently, contributing all of our lunch hours and after school hours to truly bringing crabs to life. We began by assembling the structural frame, carefully measuring, cutting, and securing the joints to ensure stability and durability for shallow water environments. Once the frame was constructed, we mounted the electronics, the camera modules, and power systems, ensuring that each component was securely housed and waterproofed where necessary. With support and guidance from our teacher advisor and Brilliant Labs, we overcame many difficulties that we faced throughout the way and really fine-tuned our setup. By the end of this phase, we had successfully transformed our initial concept of an idea into a fully functioning prototype, which was now prepared for shallow water testing and real-world deployment. After thorough testing of our function, which was after the National Brilliant Blue competition, and the verification of our results, we have successfully completed this phase of the testing as well. And now that our current setup is performing well, we will move on to experimenting with the different camera modules, including the Global Shutter Noir, to further enhance our results for underwater imaging.
For our current prototype, we're using the PyCam 3, which offers a strong baseline performance and compatibility with our system. We plan to further configure the Raspberry Pi by writing test scripts and ensuring smooth integration of all hardware components. In our next phase, we'll also focus on our power supply setup, especially voltage regulation and waterproof wiring to ensure safety and prevent short circuits in wet environments.
Right after the national competition, the current system had been successfully depth tested to 6 feet or 2 meters with an enclosure that does not leak and functions according to the code. Photos were captured at 30-second intervals. However, we did observe that the case can affect the camera's focus, and the fields of view remain too narrow. To address this, the enclosure needs to be stronger with a camera port that maintains its shape and its less internal airspace, and has a consideration for a wider angle lens. We have calculated the focal length and system height to account for water magnification effects. Deployment and recovery remain a challenge, indicating a need for an integrated weighting and recovery system.
Crabs is much more than just a high school innovation. It represents a scalable and future-ready solution designed to meet the growing demand for smart and more efficient ocean monitoring technologies. Our goal is to go beyond simple data collection. We would also like to include AI-driven detection systems, as well as multi-site coastal green crab and environmental sites.
Can we get to slide 17, please? Yeah. Next. 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 Great. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so in future iterations of crabs, there will be many upgrades to its already based prototype, especially in the realm of hardware. Having a solid camera sensor type that is fully able to capture what is being photographed on the seafloor would make high resolution and easier to capture data from the images created. As well, the current base model for the Raspberry Pi would eventually be phased out for something just as compact, robust, and with better energy efficiency. This would as well open our options to our camera system, which you can use IR or visual cameras, and not limited to just what the Raspberry Pi offers. Lighting systems will also be incorporated to build for better lighting for easier capturing for during 24/7 operations, especially during the night. For long-term deployments, we would also include anti-biofouling systems, which would use ultraviolet lights to keep the lens clean for long-term sustainability. Last of all, we would include more different options for data collection, such as peak sensors, temperature, salinity, and other environmental factors that may affect the population of the green crab.
Research is a key component of this project's success, but how does this compare against traditional trapping methods? How can we validate the method that we're proposing? The next step for us is to make sure our data is matching traditional methods that make sure that crabs is on the right track. Using various methods of validation, like baiting and trapping, we can validate the crab system. As well, the purpose is not only to trap green crabs, but also to deter them or find a way to reduce their population. Methods such as mating pheromones have been a work in progress in the scientific community, which in theory could disrupt their mating cycle and possibly be utilized on the crabs model. But there are other methods that are tried and tested, such as sonic and chemical deterrents that could also be used on the crab system. Artificial intelligence is a powerful tool that, if used in the right way, could be beneficial towards scientific research. AI would be able to detect, count, and differentiate crabs in different locations, such as eelgrass beds, sand, rocks, and different light levels. It would also be trained on how to sample the data properly to produce accurate population counts, validated by methods like trapping and baiting, as mentioned before. This would all reduce the amount of energy used to compile basic information about the pictures that we have, and would allow researchers to spend more time making more complex conclusions from the data that we provide them.
Additionally, to enhance the accessibility and collaboration, a network broadcast system will be developed allowing data uploads to open source networks from multiple sites. Optional proprietary systems could also be created for organizations seeking specialized data management. Furthermore, a user-friendly interface and mobile app will enable seamless data visualizations and control of crabs units remotely. All the information will be graphed and displayed on a website for easy access for both the public and the scientific community to learn about the real-time population of green crabs and, in future, other invasive species. Altogether, the core strength of crabs truly lies in its ability to collect and structure data. Implementing such a system will allow scientists and researchers to utilize this data to identify population spikes, analyze behavioral patterns, and study how factors like salinity, temperature, and pH affect green crab distribution. By transforming raw field observations into structured data sets, crabs turns invasive species management from a reactive process into a proactive and evidence-based one, helping guide smarter, faster, and more effective conservation decisions.
There's a clear and growing real-world demand for innovative automated technologies like crabs in Canada's expanding blue economy. Our system is uniquely positioned to serve a wide range of users across multiple sectors. Marine researchers at universities require accurate, long-term ecological data to study invasive species and track biodiversity loss. And crabs provides them with a consistent, high-resolution alternative to manual sampling. Federal and provincial environmental agencies can deploy crabs as part of large-scale marine monitoring and policy environment strategies, using its real-time data capabilities to respond to ecological threats quickly and effectively. Additionally, aquaculture industries, particularly those cultivating shellfish, are directly impacted by green crab predation and habitat destruction. Crabs offers them a way to monitor and manage invasive populations near their operation, protecting both stock and infrastructure.
Coastal communities like Indigenous resource managers who rely on healthy marine systems for cultural and economic reasons can also benefit from crabs. Educational institutions and STEM outreach programs such as Brilliant Blue can use crabs to engage students in real-world environmental science and conservation technology, promoting early involvement in ecological stewardship. To serve these diverse markets, our long-term plan includes both hardware unit sales and subscription-based data services that provide created analytics, environmental modeling, and site-specific population trends. In doing so, crabs stands to become not only a tool for marine monitoring, but also a cornerstone technology in the suitable and sustainable protection and management of Canada and global coastal ecosystems.
In parallel, we began exploring commercialization pathways for crabs. We envision selling our system to research institutions, environmental organizations, and aquaculture companies as a cost-effective monitoring device. Each unit could be purchased individually or through a subscription-based model that grants users access to our data dashboard or cloud analytics. This business model not only supports continued research, but also ensures the system's long-term sustainability, allowing crabs to grow from a student innovation to a viable product for the blue economy.
The ecological stakes facing our oceans today are greater than ever before. From the widespread of invasive species such as the European green crabs to the effects of climate change and habitat destruction, coastal marine environments are under a constant threat. These pressures not only endanger biodiversity, but also jeopardize the stability of different ecosystems that support vital industries such as the fisheries, aquaculture, and tourism. Crabs was designed as a direct response to these challenges, not just as a monitoring tool, but as a smart, comprehensive, and intelligent platform for marine conservation. By autonomously collecting continuous environmental and species data, CRABS enables a much more faster and informed action rooted in science. Additionally, we now want to have we can skip to the next slide, please. Our Brilliant Blue National experience. I'd just like to say that participating in the Brilliant Blue National Challenge really gave us so much more confidence, and it helped us with collaboration. It was a memorable experience, and it really gave us the professional exposure that we needed and the confidence that we gained from getting that sort of assurance and validation from a network of individuals who work in the sector that we're trying to explore and kind of grow on. Additionally, can now move on to the next slide, please. Thank you. We've also begun developing a website that will function as a live monitoring platform where images and data collected by crabs can be uploaded and viewed in real time. This platform will also enable scientists and researchers to track crab populations and analyze environmental patterns over time, while also serving as an open foundation for others to build upon and innovate from. But again, this is a work in progress, and it's something that we've begun working on after the Brilliant Blue National Challenge.
In conclusion, CRABS is a meaningful step towards smarter, youth-led solutions for protecting our oceans. As Team JEDIT, which is the Joint Environmental Defense and Intelligence Team, we are only a group of grade 12 students from Halifax West, and we have combined our research, innovation, and hands-on learning to address the urgent issue of invasive species such as the European green crabs. We hope that crabs will be able to contribute to the broader effect of restoring and protecting our marine ecosystems. From Canada's national stage to this now global platform, CRABS has evolved through real testing, new system enhancements, and a sharper focus on how its data can be used. Our journey has taught us that youth-led ideas can grow into impactful global solutions, and we're excited to continue expanding CRABS as part of the worldwide fight against invasive species. Thank you for your time and attention. We welcome any questions and feedback as we continue working to a more healthy and resilient ocean. I'm Dara.
Jackie.
My name is Alma.
My name is Inni.
And Satiksha, aka JEDIT, or the Joint Environmental Defense and Intelligence Team. Thank you so much for listening.
Questions?
You said, why would
They could hear her. Can you click the button maybe?
Try to check if it's green once you click the button.
Sorry, could the people online hear that question? Rashid, can you hear her?
Unfortunately, we did not hear the question.
Could I just get her? Yeah.
Yes.
Hello. Okay, that one's working. So your presentation was actually very amazing. We loved it. A lot of nice points. So we had a question. Why would AI species detection be important to this device?
Thank you for the question. So why would AI detection be important to this project? I think that, again, as we said, the current prototype that we have really focuses on actually monitoring and recording these invasive crabs specifically. And so the AI detection will really just help us to kind of build onto that project, and also then determine the green crabs from the other invasive species. Because again, as we said, that we are moving forward from just working towards the green crabs to actually incorporating other invasive species into our project as well.
Yeah, I also believe that. One second. I also believe that using the AI detection would help us kind of move on from monitoring, since we'll have the AI doing that, to move on to actually attacking these I guess I shouldn't say attacking, but reducing the numbers of European green crabs by, the mating pheromones, which we talked about, and other ways that have been scientifically tested. And just having the AI do that would help us focus and hone on actually reducing these invasive species.
Also, the system itself would produce quite a large number of photos of some which might contain green crabs, some which might not, and might also contain other types of crabs. And green crabs themselves can also be quite hard to spot. So using AI to detect animal life, which is a current application that is being worked on, would be very useful. So you don't have researchers try to sift through thousands of images to count crabs in each one per module to then compile a data set. So using AI to find and count the green crabs in the photos just makes the data a lot easier for researchers to use and manipulate. And they could still use the picture data if they wish to anyway.
One more question.
Okay, thank you. First and foremost, thank you for your lovely presentation. I actually have two questions. The first being, how deep would this device need to be within the water for it to give meaningful data? Like what level of ocean depth is needed for it to produce meaningful data that could be used for research?
Good. Can you hear me with this angle? Okay, great. So you said something about the 2 meters, right? How it's deployed underwater and the depth, correct? Okay, so the European green crabs, their habitat in North America is usually around that 6 feet or 2 meters distance. So the crab system is built for that shallow. Yeah, so green crabs appear in very shallow waters, so it doesn't really need to go more than that 2 meters, but later on we could adapt it to even further. 6 meters, geez, okay. I'm mistaken, 6 meters. So the crabs is intentionally designed for shallow water deployments as a native habitat for the European green crabs. But as we expand, as we might want to tackle different types of invasive species, crabs can be modified, the structure can be modified. I don't know if you can see the crab structure right now, but the structure itself is able to be modified so it can be adapted to different environments. So we're going to see if we can get a live demonstration, like a live view of it.
We have a question from the chat as well.
We do.
Oh, I had two questions, sorry.
Is it possible for us to move that?
I'm putting it in front. Could you move the poster?
Move the poster?
Additional question?
I just want to ask my last question before we take the one in chat. My last question would be, how exactly do you plan to connect this database to the internet for other researchers to use? As you mentioned that you were planning to have the research available for international use by other researchers in your presentation.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to state that again, as we said, that we have a website to which everything would be connected. In regards to, you said, how is the internet going to be connected to the data, right?
Yeah.
So in order to do that, what we're planning to do right now is constructing a cellular system that is attached to the top of the crab. Since this is going to be something that's going to happen in shallow water environments, having a system like that wouldn't be that big of a problem for us. So we're looking at maybe creating a teller system that can have be connected to the satellite and then kind of work that way. But it's going to be kind of integrated and added on top of our crabs prototype. And then that's how we're going to connect. Crabs will be able to collect that data, connect it to the internet, and then we're going to have it on our website and collect data that way. Thank you.
We had one more question. So could this approach be used for other invasive species?
I just saw the question also on there, so I think I'm going to answer them both together. So yeah, this technology. Oh, thank you. So yeah, this technology can be used for other invasive species. As it is right now, it is just like a monitoring for now, which can be easily adapted to other species. And even if we add the AI on top of that, we would just need to train it to recognize other invasive species. But as we tack on more like more components to the crabs, like for example the pheromone disruption or the sonic stuff that we talked about, that would need to be specifically changed to fit different invasive species, because that just works for crab, like that's what we know works for European green crabs. So there would need to be more research done for other invasive species. But as it is right now, yes, it can be used for other invasive species, though that is not what we're focusing on right now.
I'd just like to add a little bit onto that. As we said, that crabs is right now a monitoring tool, and not right now it doesn't have a system that helps with the removal of these invasive species. So to answer your question, yes, we are looking at crabs being able to identify different invasive species. However, their removal and trapping methods would then have to be altered, because every invasive species would need to be removed in a separate way. As we said, we were looking at eDNA and pheromones. The pheromones are specific to the species, and so if we are looking at wanting to use that dispersion technology within our crabs, we would have to kind of work, kind of go on about it that way, because that would have to be specific for each species that we're targeting.
So I also wanted to answer the question up there on the chat. It also said, is it easily adaptable to the different species? So stepping over to the crabs, we can scale it based on the size of the species. As European green crabs are relatively small, this 1 by 1 meter would be really easy to capture them. But if we're capturing bigger species or different other species of various sizes, we can just expand this and just make sure our mathematical calculations for our camera is able to capture the area that we want, or maybe the height of the specific species that we are trying to trap. Okay. We have another question in the audience.
I was just wondering how you're going to like navigate around the tides, because if you want it to stay at 2 or 6 meters, whatever it was, like, are you going to have that weighted, or because Nova Scotia does have some pretty big tides, how are you going to work around that?
Thank you. So as it is right now, you said how would we deal with the tides? We do plan to weight it so it's able to like stay down there. Obviously it's not weighted right now because it's kind of large. So anytime we bring it anywhere, we have to disassemble it and then assemble it inside of the building. So it will be weighted. We originally planned to weight it with something that's like with sand, right, which would keep it down. But if we were to, since we haven't yet, developed a system of multiple modules, it would probably be better to have sort of like a buoyancy system, which we would be able to like keep it down and then bring it up if we were to retrieve it. So those are sort of the two options that we're floating around right now, which is weighting it with sand and then having a buoyancy system. I hope that answers your question.
Any more questions? I think those are all the questions, Rashid. Rashid, can you hear us?
We can hear you online. I'm not too sure where Rashid went, though.
Okay, everyone.
Hello?
There are
Can
no...
you hear me?
Oh, there's Rashid. Sorry. Hi, Rashid. This is Kent here. We can just wrap up the presentations.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I don't think his audio is working.
Yeah. I made a really incredible joke that you guys missed.
Okay, thank you all. That was great. So at this point, we're going to break for lunch. And then at 1 p.m., we're going to start a tour of the facility here at the Bedford Institute of Oceanography. And for those of you online, with the main stream will remain open, and we'll have a short closing for the day about 2 p.m., if that works for everyone. So thank you all. And there were a few little hiccups this morning, but I think those were ironed out and the presentation's been fantastic. So why don't we give the teams and ourselves a little hand. Thank you all.
You're here tomorrow, right?
I am all day. Yep. I'm the one who's over troubleshooting. I don't have to fix it. No, we're gonna. Our IT people are actually coming out. Like I mentioned about the time.
In Canada's aquaculture sector, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, or DFO, is particularly concerned with helping this industry develop in a sustainable and responsible way. DFO's focus is based on sound science, the importance of research that informs regulatory decision-making, ensures healthy aquatic animals, and explores new technologies and innovative techniques to improve aquaculture practices, including the development of better preventative tools. One specific challenge being faced by fish farmers today is sea lice. Sea lice are a natural marine parasite that have been attaching themselves to fish populations for millions of years and continue to affect both farmed and wild fish worldwide. Although not a risk to human life, sea lice have become a troublesome problem in aquaculture, particularly for salmon farmers. They tend to multiply quickly at aquaculture sites in some regions of the country, and in large enough numbers could pose health risks to the farmed salmon. So far, different methods have been used to address the issue with mixed results. Fortunately, science offers great promise to help control sea lice at fish farms. Already, we're seeing important progress as researchers look for newer and greener control methods. DFO scientists Dr. Sean Robinson at St. Andrews Biological Station on the Bay of Fundy and Dr. Chris Pierce at the Pacific Biological Station in Nanaimo, BC, are working with partners in industry and academia to find alternate solutions for dealing with sea lice.
Our research on sea lice right now is sort of targeted at coming up with alternative treatments than the status quo right now. The reason for that research is twofold. One is to try and better understand the life history of sea lice so that we can intervene and kind of break that cycle. Second of all, we're trying to find additional tools that the industry can use.
One set of alternative tools Dr. Robinson is working on are attractants, sensory and behavioral cues that sea lice larvae and juveniles use to find a fish to latch onto.
We've found that the larvae and even the adults to a certain extent are attracted to light. It could be white light, but we find that they're particularly attracted to blues. We also find that they're also attracted to pheromones. So pheromones are sort of sex attractant chemicals that animals use for communication. And so for sea lice, some of those attractants are probably salmon smell or whatever is, sexy at the time to a sea louse. In nature, it helps them find a mate. In the industrial world, hopefully it helps them find a trap.
Though the traps seem to work well, there is a challenge facing the scientists and their industry partners.
And the problem is that sea lice aren't the only things out there, and they're relatively low abundances in comparison with the others. So we're going to have to refine that to create a more specific attractant that will just draw the sea lice in.
There is another, perhaps more promising angle that DFO and their partners in industry and academia are exploring.
One of the ideas that we came up with a number of years ago, and in fact it was Dr. Sean Robinson's original idea, we thought maybe we could use filter feeding shellfish around salmon farms as a natural vacuum cleaner to suck up planktonic sea lice larvae and reduce lice populations on the farmed fish. Up till now, we've been primarily focused on doing lab trials, looking to see if these species of filter-feeding shellfish can indeed consume sea lice larvae. And the research on both coasts has been very positive. It's shown that all species that we've tested can indeed consume planktonic sea lice larvae.
I'm very pleased with the results we have so far. We found in the lab that if we take sea lice into the lab, the egg-bearing females, we can produce lots of larvae. We can put those larvae in the tanks with filter-feeding shellfish, such as the blue mussel. We can put it in with the sea scallop, and they will eat lots and lots of larvae. They'll filter them out of the water, chomp them right up, and they digest them, so the larvae are gone.
That's great. But where do you go from there? Because in the natural environment, out in the field, you have a lot of different things to deal with. Water currents, turbulence, waves, the fish. So the next thing to do after the lab experiments is to follow up with field trials, which is what we're actually doing right now. So we have commercial scale quantities of filter feeding shellfish set up at a commercial salmon farm around certain pens. And over time, we're going to be monitoring planktonic sea lice larvae levels, as well as adult lice on the fish in both experimental cages that have the shellfish around them, and compare those numbers with numbers in control pens without shellfish to see if there's any difference in either the planktonic lice larval levels or the adult lice levels on the fish.
These two areas of research, traps and filter feeders, are aimed at sea lice in their early growth stages. DFO and its partners are also starting to work on other ways to reduce sea lice who've made it through to the adult stage.
On that strategy, we're using sort of predators of those, and those would be things like the cleaner fish. And a lot of those fish are like wrasse, in the wrasse family, and we're using similar fish here. So the cunner that's local, and that will pick off some of the adult lice, particularly the large egg-bearing females. And there's another fish as well called the lumpfish. And it's a small, cute little fish, kind of looks like Nemo a bit maybe, but it sticks on the side of the salmon, and it can actually pick off some of the lice.
The question may be asked, is the challenging relationship between sea lice and aquaculture close to being finally resolved?
I'm thinking it's going to be a constant battle. This is a natural species that's out there in the wild. It's always going to be there. It's always going to be an issue for the salmon farmers that they have to deal with. They will probably end up having a variety of potential fixes in their toolbox to address sea lice issues.
And so, along with its partners in academia and the aquaculture industry, DFO and its scientists continue their research to find innovative ways to help manage these types of issues using an integrated approach. This investment in essential research will ultimately facilitate improved fish health practices for a growing industry. Fisheries and Oceans Canada, or DFO, is researching new and innovative approaches that support the sustainable development of this country's aquaculture industry. Dr. Sean Robinson at St. Andrews Biological Station, New Brunswick, and Dr. Chris Pierce at the Pacific Biological Station in Nanaimo, BC, are DFO scientists involved in this research. They've been investigating various aspects of integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, or IMTA, as a new model of aquatic food production based on the concept of recycling. Robinson's work on IMTA began in collaboration with University of New Brunswick professor Dr. Thierry Chopin. It soon involved industry partners, research institutions, and universities from coast to coast. But what exactly is IMTA?
IMTA is a reasonably complicated way of just saying mixed farming. It involves the culture of a number of different species together, but not just randomly chosen. Each species basically has a function and a relationship to the other one.
Usually the main species is some sort of fed finfish species like salmon or sablefish. Then you would have plants like kelps that would take up the dissolved inorganic nutrients. You would have filter feeders like mussels, clams, cockles, oysters that would take up the fine particulate material. And then you would have the deposit feeding species like cucumbers, sea urchins, worms that would be directly underneath the farm that would take up the larger particulate organic material.
Much research has already been done on the seaweeds and filter feeders of the IMTA model. However, researchers are now turning their attention to the deposit feeder species and their potential for extracting fish waste and excess feed pellets.
And that's the important group for the environmental side of things, because that's where most of the organics are that are hitting the bottom, which are causing the eutrophication or the nutrient enrichment of the bottom sediments. Mostly in the zone just within the lease of the aquaculture cage, but those are the ones we want to try and capture. And that's where these new species are coming in. So one of the species that we've been focusing on as having a reasonable amount of potential as one of these extractive species in the benthic component are sea cucumbers.
To determine how effectively various deposit feeder species can recycle fish waste within an IMTA system, research projects were conducted by master's students on both east and west coasts through the auspices of the Canadian IMTA network. Under Dr. Robinson's supervision, master's student Emily Nelson recently completed her studies of the northern sea cucumber at the St. Andrews Biological Station.
I just finished my research and it's really, really promising. One of the things we've been finding is that these sea cucumbers are capable of consuming the aquaculture waste. We were able to show that both in a laboratory setting and when they're feeding directly at an aquaculture site. And also we were able to show that they're really efficient at absorbing organic material. So they're absorbing between 79 and 85% of the organic material in every food that they're consuming. So in terms of IMTA, they're going to be very, very efficient and they're showing a lot of potential. So there's a lot of interest.
At the Pacific Biological Station and under the supervision of Dr. Chris Pierce, grad student Lindsay Orr studied a number of West Coast deposit feeders, including the California sea cucumber.
So these species will shovel the sediments into their mouth using their radial tentacles and digest the food and absorb the food. And in my studies, I did find that they do ingest the sablefish waste and they will absorb organic material from the sablefish waste. So this is promising because these are candidate species that we're hoping to co-culture with sablefish in British Columbia.
IMTA in Canada is still in the developmental stage, but field trials are showing promising results.
In the sea cucumber cages underneath the farm, the amount of organic material was reduced in relation to the amount of organic material in the control cages, suggesting that the cucumbers were taking up the organic material.
But IMTA deposit feeders are not only chosen for their ability to recycle the nutrients.
One of the ways of helping industry involve is to give them a solution that ultimately doesn't cost them money, but actually adds to their bottom line at the end of the year.
So there's one company on the west coast of Canada that's currently involved in IMTA commercially, and that is Sea Vision Group Incorporated, that's headed up by Dr. Stephen Cross.
Basically, the collaboration that we have had with DFO and continue to share is largely through their scientists and through a shared graduate student or two or three. So we actually collaborate in design of experiments. One of the benefits of doing a multi-species model is that you're capitalizing on the ability of the animals that you select to serve in an ecological role. But at the same time, if you look at it from a business sense, for every scoop of feed that you throw into the cages, you are getting more for your bang for your buck. I mean, most of it goes into the fish. That which is released to the environment is intercepted extracted and converted into additional species. So we're actually getting more valued product for every scoop of feed.
And the market value of species such as the California red sea cucumber is increasingly significant, especially in Asian markets.
We are tapping into the market on the other side of the Pacific, and we won't be able to produce enough to really satisfy that kind of a marketplace.
On the east coast of Canada, in New Brunswick, Cook Aquaculture is a key industry leader in collaborative IMTA research. They are already using the results of this research on a commercial scale to produce and market IMTA products in Canada. So, what does the future hold for this approach? Will IMTA change the shape of the aquaculture industry?
I think you will see more and more commercial scale farms moving towards IMTA in the future. It's not only ecosystem friendly, but you're also economically advantaged by having these numerous species on site that are marketable.
Fisheries and Oceans Canada is continuing to study integrated multitrophic aquaculture as one possible solution for a balanced approach to ecosystem management, one that offers potential benefits for growers, the environment, and for Canadians.
Okay, my name is Dr. Harry Murray. I'm a DFO scientist here at Northwest Atlantic Fisheries Center in St. John's. We're working on a project to compare the condition and health of mussels grown in shallow water versus grown in deep water sites. ACRDP, Aquaculture Collaborative Research and Development Program. That's a funding program administered directly by Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Canada, and it provides funding money for DFO researchers to work directly with industry. The grower, North Atlantic Processors, whose president is Mr. Terry Mills, Terry came to me with a question about whether or not we could start looking at the idea of growing mussels in the offshore. He's been playing around with the idea for quite a number of years.
My name is Terry Mills. I'm with North Atlantic Processors Limited. I'm the plant manager and farm supervisor, and I'm also part owner. We started about 7 years ago in this part of the bay, and we needed extra grow out sites, and the only place left on the northeast coast was out in the deeper, say, the main ocean. We started doing some research on our own, some just commercial trials, and results were encouraging. We were growing mussels down fairly deep water. So we did it a few years. We looked at the results, and then we, obviously we were certainly out of our league when it comes to, we had to get some applied science to confer what we were analyzing, and so we met with some DFO people and met with Harry, got a project together, submitted it, off to the races.
We're out here in Notre Dame Bay in an area called Pleasant View, where we're looking at working on our ACRDP project to study the growth of and health of mussels in deep water versus mussels in shallow water, which is more typical. Deep water culture is not a new thing. It's actually happening in a number of areas around the world, but it is quite new here in Newfoundland. And the idea of going offshore is to increase the overall sustainability of the industry. As part of this project, we've been also collecting environmental data. The environmental data is important because the animals grow in the water environment, obviously, and anything that happens in that water environment is going to affect mussels directly. This instrument here is called an echo sound, and it's an oceanographic instrument that allows us to measure various environmental parameters like oxygen, temperature, salinity, and chlorophyll. We're going to be using it today to do an environmental or an oceanographic profile of the water column. There is some thought that there are areas in deep water that are basically concentrated food for the mussels. And if you can find a zone in deep water and put your mussels there, then the mussels should do very, very well. If you can find that zone, then the mussels will be in the optimum positions for growth and for health and very low stress. The other thought is that in deep water, the environment is a lot more stable. So the animals like a more stable environment. The more stable the environment is, the better they'll be as well. We're learning a tremendous amount. And over this period of time, we were able also to bring in a really fantastic graduate student over there, Daria Gallardig. She's a PhD student working on the project, and she's introduced a lot of really new, really innovative ideas to the whole project. Small.
What we are looking into is the physiological stress response of the mussels. So we are looking into some gene of interest that are related to, in particular, to environmental characteristics like temperature or salinity, for example.
This is the part of the work where we look at the changes in certain types of enzymes related to the environmental response of the mussels. We know from previous work that's been done that there are certain proteins and their associated genes that can respond to stress factors, changes in salinity, temperature, and such. So we're looking at a group of specific genes related to this type of system. So what we need to do is we need to sample from the gill tissue. We're going to freeze this and bring it back to the laboratory where we can run specific molecular biology tests on this type of tissue to let us know how these genes are responding over time. The results have indicated that mussels grown in deep water seem to do a little better than those grown in shallow water.
The project was certainly worthwhile from a science point of view and also from a commercial application to mussel farming in deep water.
This work is very important to the industry itself. As the mussel culture industry is expanding, the numbers of these shallow water sites are decreasing, and which becomes a big problem as the industry expands. So it's a good idea to start exploring moving offshore into more deeper areas so that we can maintain or improve on the sustainability of the industry over time.
There's still many questions to be answered. We got a lot of questions answered. And I think that this process and this project will certainly be advanced to other parts and other regions of Canada and probably anywhere in the world.
This is a mussel sock taken from our South Arm deep site. So the mussels were hanging from 15 meters below the surface for 12 months. This is what you get. Fantastic mussels.
I'm Julie Larrivé, a manager at the Canadian Hydrographic Service in Montjoly. As a hydrographer, I collect data on board vessels in the St. Lawrence River. I then correct or process this data, analyze it, and determine whether a navigation hazard has been identified. An example of a hazard could be shallow water, displacement of a buoy, etc. Next, I must clearly and accurately map this data using GPS and electronic maps. This is even more important. I think my work as a hydrographer is important because I ensure commercial and recreational boat safety and also learn more about the seabed.
My name is Warren Joyce, and I'm an aquatic fisheries technician with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. I'm based at the Bedford Institute of Oceanography in the Maritimes region. My work primarily involves the collection and analysis of data and samples from our local shark species. We generally have about 20 different species of shark in Canadian waters, ranging from the small spiny dogfish to the great white. We work very closely with both commercial and recreational fish harvesters to collect data and samples from the different shark species by accompanying them on commercial trips, attending local shark fishing tournaments, and through various tagging operations. From this work, we've been able to describe diets, determine age and growth, track their movements, and greatly increase our knowledge on the biology for most of our major species. We then use this data to assess our shark populations to ensure that they remain stable and healthy. As apex predators, sharks play a key role in our oceans by keeping a balance in the ecosystem with the species below them. I think it is important to Canadians that we manage our resources to the best of our ability, and having healthy shark populations are key to maintaining a healthy ecosystem in our oceans.
As part of the National Aquatic Animal Health Program, Fisheries and Oceans Canada is responsible for providing sound diagnostic testing for infectious aquatic animal diseases of national and international concern for wild and farmed finfish, mollusks, and crustaceans. These diagnostic results help ensure the protection of our wild and captured fish, aquaculture industry, and trade with international partners. Testing takes place in 3 labs across the country that have recently received their ISO 17025 accreditation: the Pacific Biological Station in Nanaimo, British Columbia, the Freshwater Institute in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and the Gulf Fisheries Centre in Moncton, New Brunswick. As Canada is a member of the World Trade Organization, these labs and the diagnostic tests they perform must meet standards established by the World Organization for Animal Health. These standards are known as ISO 17025, and the process of becoming accredited is highly complex. The National Aquatic Animal Health Program is co-delivered by Fisheries and Oceans Canada and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, or CFIA.
We're part of the National Aquatic Animal Health Program, and CFIA is the lead, and Fisheries and Oceans Canada does the diagnostic testing for them. So they're the ones that enforce the regulations, and they're the ones that go and do the sampling. They send the samples to us, we do the testing, and then we report the results to them.
Whether it's samples from an aquaculture site in Canada or from wild fish in a river through surveillance, the results we're producing are accurate and they are reliable. And so we can speak with confidence and we can provide our results to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and they can be confident that when they are making a call on a disease that is based on sound science and sound diagnostic results.
The diagnostic testing has not changed, but to meet these international guidelines, we need to have a sound diagnostic process in place.
The ISO 17025 has 2 main sections. There's the management requirements and the technical requirements. On the technical side of requirements, basically you're looking at the traceability and the quality of everything that touches the sample. So from the time the sample is received at the lab to the time you actually output your diagnostic results, including storage and disposal. It has to be done so that you can trace, beyond all reasonable doubt, the sample from each one of those steps.
Essentially, you're starting from the ground up. You have to create procedures for almost everything you do. You have to create policy which applies to all those procedures. You have to create a framework for conducting internal audits, for analyzing the data that you produce, for doing a review of all your work, and another framework for continually improving your process.
It was not a big shift in how we do the things. It's about making sure our quality assurance and quality control activities are part of our process, not a separate activities.
The main underlying theme of ISO 17025 standard is continuous improvement, and that just means that you're constantly improving the effectiveness of your system.
They want to see the evidence of your continuous improvement. So when new staff come on, they have all the training that's pretty rigorous. It's very well documented. It's everything from reading operating procedures, that's a good starting point, to actual practical on the bench work where you're observed and you run test samples.
Once they demonstrate that proficiency, then they have been authorized to perform a specific task.
It's really a way of doing business. It's a way of operating that we've come to adopt in our system to make it stronger and really have those reliable results that we need for a diagnostic program.
To put this in place, it's taken almost 10 years. And so to actually reach the end of the road has been just a huge joy and relief.
So once you get accredited, it's kind of like getting on a train that you don't get off. And so it starts and it doesn't stop, and you just have to keep working and keep getting better, and then they keep coming and keep finding more work for you to do. But again, as long as you keep focused on improving your system and improving the quality of results, it's all worthwhile.
Hi, my name is Diane Lavoie. I'm a research scientist at the Maurice Lamontagne Institute in Montjoly, Quebec. My work consists in developing a three-dimensional numerical model to reproduce the environmental conditions in the estuary and Gulf of St. Lawrence, as well as on the Scotian shelf. Both the physical variables, such as the temperature, salinity, and circulation, as the biogeochemical variables, such as the phytoplanktonic production, dissolved oxygen concentration, and pH. These variables are used to define the habitat of the many species that live in the system. Here we face a very dynamic and complex system, so the model can also be used to understand and synthesize spatially and temporally the data that are collected in the field. Also, using different climate change scenarios, we can predict the future condition in these ecosystems. This work is important because these changes will have an impact on the health, the productivity, and the distribution of many fish and crustacean species that are currently the target of commercial fisheries.
My name is Denis Chabot, researcher at the Maurice Lamontagne Institute in Montjoly, Quebec. I study how the environment influences the well-being of commercial species such as shrimp, snow crab, cod, turbot, and a threatened species, the spotted wolffish. My main research tool is called respirometry, which consists in placing an aquatic animal in a bottle. This is a model here for a small species such as a shrimp, and it's called a respirometer. This bottle is in fact quite sophisticated and connected to all kinds of equipment which allow us to measure the oxygen consumption of the animal inside. This makes it possible for us to study the impact of variables such as temperature, water pH, water oxygen content on the capacity of animals to produce energy and therefore swim, catch and digest prey, etc. This is important because we know that the deep waters of the estuary and Gulf of St. Lawrence are becoming warmer, more acidic, and with lower oxygen. And these changes will influence the distribution, productivity, and abundance of our commercial species and impact on ecosystem health and fisheries.
The ocean is a vast and mysterious place, and it's hard to know what is happening beneath the surface. Fishers depend on being able to find and catch the fish that live there, and fisheries managers need to know how many fish there are in order to set catch limits. But how do you measure something you can't see? Fisheries and Oceans Canada fisheries scientists have some innovative ways to do just that.
WE Ricker is used for our surveys here on the west coast of Canada. It's a trawler with midwater and bottom trawl. We use acoustics, it's a fancy fish finder, like a scientific fish finder, with 3 frequencies that we look at.
For our survey, it's mainly an acoustic survey, which means we use a scientific echo sounder. We use this in conjunction with traditional fishing methods in order to ground truth the signal that we're seeing on the sounder. And then what comes up in the trawl allows us to know exactly what it is the sound is showing us.
During their annual at-sea stock assessment trawl surveys, Chief Scientist Chris Grandin and his team use advanced acoustic technology to find the fish. Once they find what they are looking for, a small sample is taken on board. In the wet lab, fish are sorted, weighed, measured, and dissected to determine sex, sexual maturity, and digestion. Tissue samples are taken for DNA analysis, and the ear bones are taken for aging. The team must also take into account ocean processes such as water chemistry and biology that can impact ecosystem health. DFO at sea science trawl surveys take place in the same spots at the same time of year every year, allowing scientists to collect data to better understand fish movements and monitor trends and ecosystem changes over time.
We take those data and we input them into our stock assessment model, along with the biomass estimate that we generated from our acoustics, and we come out with an estimate of what the stock is actually looking like at this point in time. And that information is passed on to management, who then set quotas based on it.
The data are entered into scientifically validated mathematical and statistical models that convert it into fish population estimates. The estimates and models are carefully reviewed by other scientific experts to ensure the best possible advice. The result of this process is to determine a sustainable level of fishing. As Canada is surrounded by 3 oceans, effective relations and collaboration with international partners is essential to managing shared fisheries. Canada is working with other countries and entities to lead regional fisheries management organizations towards a sustainable, science-based management approach that will ensure the sustainability of fisheries for future generations.
People are finally understanding that climate change is happening. Global sea level is increasing, global temperature is increasing, and the ocean is getting slowly more acidic. Like all countries, Canada is trying to understand enough about climate change to be able to make sensible decisions about how to deal with the changing climate. Fisheries and Oceans Canada has a new program on adaptation to climate change. The goal is to gather enough information to understand what's likely to happen and develop technologies to help Canadians adapt. We need to start to map how the large-scale changes are going to express themselves locally. We actually monitor sea level both for navigation purposes and as part of the tsunami warning system and as part of the global sea level observing network. One of DFO's technological contributions is a new tide gauge, which actually uses laser technology to measure the water level. And this allows us to get more accurate measurements and as well to get the data home in real time so we can make use of it faster. This then contributes to both navigation and to our understanding of sea level change on the regional scale. We actually go out at the end of winter in a helicopter, deploy an instrument and measure the water temperatures down to depths of about 200 meters. And what we're finding is the last couple of years that upper layer of the ocean isn't getting as cold. Sometimes it doesn't even get to freezing, and so we're getting less sea ice. And these changes extend throughout the water column and they persist throughout the year, so we expect the changes will start to occur in the ecosystem, and it will have impacts on things like lobster and snow crab and shrimp and other fisheries resources in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. We also expect that with less sea ice, we will get larger winter waves. And with the larger waves and with the coast no longer protected by the sea ice, we expect more coastal erosion, expect impacts on the coastal infrastructure, including the wharves, and thus more maintenance costs, and have to actually be changes in the way the infrastructure on the coast along the Gulf of St. Lawrence is maintained and implemented. In central Canada, there will be significant impact on DFO's freshwater responsibilities. Changes in precipitation patterns are expected to result in lower lake levels, and this will impact fisheries resources. It will impact people's ability to get fresh water for human consumption. As reported by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in its 2007 report, with very high confidence they expect water stress across most of North America, and it is expected that there will be substantial changes to the freshwater systems, and that will actually impact the marine environment as well. Of particular interest is the Fraser River Delta, which is part of Greater Vancouver. And so concerned scientists and other stakeholders are studying how they expect climate change and sea level rise to impact the Fraser Delta in order to adapt to what's expected. The changes right now are most obvious in the Arctic. For the Inuit, travel in the summer has become more dangerous as the ice becomes more unpredictable, so people's lives are at risk. In Hudson Bay, there's been the arrival of killer whales, the new sort of apex predator, and will compete with humans at the top of the food chain. As the sea ice declines, there's more and more people wanting to either move goods through the Arctic or explore for natural resources. This will increase the demand for things like charts and weather services and search and rescue services. One of the recent DFO innovations is to actually install an observatory in the western end of Lancaster Sound that actually brings environmental information from the ocean up to a location on the coast, and then it actually gets sent by satellite back to Halifax. And this will start to give us real-time information on ice conditions, the temperature, and even the basic phytoplankton productivity in that part of the Arctic, which can then help both validate climate models and provide operational information about ice that both Coast Guard and other mariners can use in their operations. Climate change will have both negative and positive impacts. The negative impacts are relatively easy to identify. There will be impacts on infrastructure, there will be changes in the way the ecosystems are organized. Positive impacts are harder to identify, but there will be shifts in fisheries productivity, so some places will become more productive than they are now, and this will be a positive benefit for people. The role of DFO science is to try to understand what the changes are going to be, where they're likely to occur, when they're likely to occur, so these changes can be used by DFO policymakers and all Canadians to adapt to a changing climate.
I originally came because I was interested in marine biology and like whales, but then I got taking some oceanography classes and like I just fell in love with the ocean and all that's in it. It was interesting interesting to learn more about the chemistry behind it, how CO2 reacts in seawater, and how it's decreasing the pH through a bunch of reactions.
The ocean takes up a lot of carbon from atmosphere after we're driving a car and heat up the house. And that's a great thing, because otherwise more CO2 will accumulate and more global warming happens. But ocean has to pay the price for it. When CO2 dissolves in the ocean, that reacts with water molecules and produces carbonic acid. That's acidification. The first, most direct impact would be the growth of the marine organisms with calcium carbonate skeletons and shells, such as shellfish, deep sea corals, coccolithophoid, which is phytoplankton, theropod and forams, those are zooplankton. Zooplankton is the food for the fish. So if you lose that zooplankton, the food source is gone for the fish. That means fish population will be affected. And especially critical for the developing countries. Those countries very poor and depending on the protein source to the seafood, and those people will be affected. So it's a huge socio-economic impact. Canada is a high latitude country, and our ocean is very cold and relatively fresh water. That coast has called upwelling. The wind blows in the right way, surface water go offshore to replace the surface water. Deep water comes up, and this water is naturally corrosive to the organisms. But because of the adding anthropogenic CO2, water gets more corrosive now, and that comes to the surface. West Coast US and Canada is suffering this corrosive water already. And those water comes into the Arctic, and because of sea ice melt, the water gets less buffered and acidification intensifies. And in the Arctic, already they found corrosive water in the surface layer. And that flows out through Canadian Arctic archipelago and comes to the East Coast and affects the local fisheries. The monitoring of the ocean is the priority. It's important to gather data in climate sciences. So you have to go every year or every season in the same region and understand the change and rate of change.
We're the future generation that's going to be trying to help protect and save our oceans, and it's very important that we know about them. This is happening, and let's try and prevent it.
The speed of change is much, much faster than any geologic timescale of last maybe 25 million years. The concern is that the rate of change is so rapid that organisms in the ocean cannot adapt to this speed. There is no sort of uncertainties about ocean acidification as long as atmospheric CO2 level increases. It's directly reflected to the ocean acidification. We have to develop the method to adapt the change in near future. So we try to find the way to adapt to the new high CO2 world.
I'm heading a research project across the country for Fisheries and Oceans Canada on low oxygen areas. By low oxygen areas, we mean those areas of the ocean where oxygen is so low that some fish are starting to have trouble breathing, and that means in practice that they sometimes have to escape to other areas where there's more oxygen. There can be a loss of habitat for fish, so some areas that were once good for living are no longer good for them to live in, and they have to go away. The first way in which climate change can affect oxygen has to do with the fact that the water is expected to warm at the surface. In warm water, you have less possibility for dissolving gases, so that means you dissolve less oxygen. The second factor has to do with the fact that with climate change, we're expecting the surface to warm faster than the waters that are beneath them. And that means that this water at the surface is getting lighter and lighter, and it becomes harder to mix this water with dense water at the bottom. And the fact that it becomes harder to mix water means you will also be injecting less oxygen into those deeper waters. We've noticed the change in oxygen largely through long-term monitoring programs conducted by Fisheries and Oceans Canada, both on the west coast in the Gulf of Alaska and also on the east coast at various sites off Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Quebec, New Brunswick, looking at how oxygen is changing through the last decades. We've seen declining trends, a tendency for oxygen to go down over the years. Some of the impacts we have started to study for cod range from swimming ability. When there's less oxygen, fish tend to swim less fast. There's also the issue of growth. Some oxygen concentrations are not necessarily lethal in the sense that they will not kill the cod, but they can nevertheless have an effect on the growth. A cod that is 3 years old with low oxygen will be smaller than one that has lots of oxygen. In Canada, there's been two main areas where we've seen stress in terms of oxygen in the marine waters. One of those areas is off the coast of BC. We've seen these creep up the continental slope and reach shallower depths, and so that represents possibly a loss of habitat for certain groundfish species. And on the east coast, the deep waters that are in the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and in particular in the lower St. Lawrence estuary, right in front of Rimouski, is a place where the levels of oxygen are considered so low that they're now inhospitable to cod. So Fisheries and Oceans Canada is funding research at a number of labs across the country to figure out how fish are changing their distribution patterns with respect to oxygen, how those fish might redistribute in the future as oxygen is changing. Through lab studies, we'll try and figure out how certain species are reacting as a function of oxygen. On the international stage, Canada has been and remains one of the leaders in the research on low oxygen areas, and we're expecting that this will continue.
I'm Dr. Kim Hyatt. I am a fisheries scientist, and I've worked on salmon for most of my life as a scientist. My recent work focuses on the impacts of climate variation and change on salmon life history outcomes and general production. The reason we do that is to maintain salmon populations for the values that include sustainable fisheries and that also include natural biodiversity, both of which are things that Canadians value. We do it with all kinds of tools, from observational platforms in the field, ships of opportunity in the ocean, survey crews walking rivers or running rivers in jet boats or using helicopters on the land side. And we gather life history information on the thousands of salmon populations that exist in British Columbia and the Yukon. And then we use that life history information in combination with information about climate and the drivers of climate to construct models that allow us to explain past events, things that have happened to salmon in the past that we want to have explanations for, or to project forward into the future to determine what the likely impacts of future climate change will be on their distribution and abundance, and of course on our ability to deliver on the two objectives of sustainable fisheries and conserving biodiversity.
The primary instrument used for ocean monitoring is a rosette. A large instrument, it has bottles that collect water samples at different depths. The rosette is lowered from the surface to the ocean floor, collecting data on temperature, salinity, and fluorescence through electronic sensors. Once it reaches the ocean floor, the rosette is hauled back up. On the way, it traps water at different depths of interest for sampling. When the rosette is back on board, the samples are labeled for analysis. Properties like oxygen, nutrients, and chlorophyll are analyzed. By monitoring the water, we are able to see any changes in the ecosystem and its well-being.
My name is Christine Michel, or if you are French, Christine Michel. I am a research scientist with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans in Winnipeg, and I am a biological oceanographer by formation, by training. So this means that I study the biological properties of the ocean. I am specialized in Arctic marine sciences, and I'm particularly interested in the small plants in the ocean that form the basis, the foundation of the marine food web. So in the ocean, there are those very small, unicellular, just the one cell, microscopic plants that are at the basis of the food web. They're so small that you cannot see them with your naked eye, but there are so many of them that they can be seen from space with satellites. So I'm particularly interested in those plants in the sea ice. It's quite interesting that in the Arctic Ocean, there is lots of those small plants in the sea ice, and they serve as food for shrimp-like animals that will go and graze right under the ice and then be eaten by fishes and marine mammals. The Arctic is changing really fast with current warming, and that's very important for all Canadians. The Arctic is actually warming twice faster than anywhere else in the world. So this means that the Arctic sea ice is melting. There's lots of changes going on in the Arctic Ocean. Why is it important for Canadians? Because we think of the Arctic as a remote place, but it's actually connected to our two oceans, the other two oceans, the Atlantic to the east, the Pacific to the west. So what happens in the Arctic also influences other areas in the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean. So it is very important for Canadians not just to understand what's going on with the Arctic, but also how it impacts their oceans close to home.
These are the Vizela sponge grounds. They are found off Nova Scotia. These protected sponges are also known as Russian hats because of their shape. Scientists use remotely operated vehicles to collect samples of the sponges. It can withstand the pressure of being over 1,500 meters below sea level. The camera reveals an abundant collection of sponges on the ocean floor, like an underwater forest. The remotely operated vehicle collects samples with its mechanical arm. Some samples are analyzed immediately by scientists on board our research vessels. Other live samples are transported to the Bedford Institute of Oceanography for analysis. Scientists from around the world travel to the Bedford Institute to learn from the specimens. The sponge samples teach us more about their DNA and their environment. Ultimately, this science will help us better protect these sensitive organisms and better understand our oceans.
My name is Igor Yeshayaev. I'm a research scientist with the Bedford Institute of Oceanography. Study ocean currents, ocean circulation, water masses, variability of the ocean, and its impact on the climates and ecosystem. My research is primarily focused on the North Atlantic and its particular region, the Labrador Sea. The Labrador Sea is the coldest and freshest region of the North Atlantic. It helps to redistribute heat and fresh water received by the ocean from the atmosphere and continents. And by forming its dense and deep waters, the Labrador Sea ventilates the whole North Atlantic and plays an important role in regulating the planetary climate. The continuous ocean monitoring of the global ocean and its key regions, their physical, biological, and chemical variables, helps us to better understand and predict the ocean impact on the climate and ecosystem, as well as understand and comprehend the ocean health as a whole.
Rainbow Smelt, Lake Utopia, small-bodied population, New Brunswick. Éperlant arc-en-ciel, population d'individus de petite taille du lac Utopia, Nouveau-Brunswick. Status, listed as threatened under the Species at Risk Act. Statut, inscrite à la liste de la loi sur les espèces en péril comme espèces menacées. For more information, visit the Fisheries and Oceans Canada website. Pour de plus amples renseignements, consultez le site web de Pêche et Océan Canada.
Hi, my name is Nancy Shackle, and I work as a research scientist at the Bedford Institute of Oceanography in the Maritimes region. So as a scientist, we look at many different problems, and the most recent that we've been looking at is climate change and how climate change is going to impact our fish and our marine systems. So this is our area here, the Labrador Sea down to the Gulf of Maine. And what you can see immediately, the red is warm and the blue is cold, is that anywhere where it's already warm, those are the areas that we have to focus in on. And we decided to look at one animal in particular, halibut. And the reason we're looking at halibut is it might be affected by climate change or it might not be. The basic problem is on the Canadian side, it's actually a sustainable seafood. But on the other side, it's considered a species of concern. So our question is, like, how do we account for this dichotomy? Is it climate change? Is it tracking north? And the reason we need to know is that we right now have a very important fishery in the Atlantic halibut in the Maritimes Canada, and we want to keep it that way. So we need to know everything we possibly can to contribute to that.
For the International Day of Women and Girls in Science on February 11th, we asked our scientists to talk about their experiences. They have some advice for girls considering a career in science.
Imagine a 4-lane highway. It enables the transport of large amounts of people and products. It traverses around mountains and man-made obstacles, and as a result, cargo is delivered to where it is intended. Now imagine if that highway was under the ocean or a large lake. Those mountains and obstacles may also exist underwater, but now they cannot be seen. People and products still need to be transported and need to be kept safe from unseen hazards. How can mariners navigate safely when they can't even see what lies before them? The chart makers of the Canadian Hydrographic Service help solve this problem. The role of the Canadian Hydrographic Service is to collect data and produce navigational products in support of safe maritime transportation, ocean and freshwater mapping, coastal natural hazard monitoring, and sovereignty. The CHS collects data on the seabed of Canada's oceans, lakes, and rivers to create accurate navigational products used by recreational boaters, fishers, industry, commercial shipping, national defense, oil, gas and mineral exploration, marine environmental protection, and search and rescue. In 1883, 150 people lost their lives when the steamship Asia ran aground and sank in Georgian Bay. Almost immediately, calls went out to conduct surveys of the Great Lakes in order to make navigation safer. The Georgian Bay Survey was established in 1889 and in 1904 became the Hydrographic Survey of Canada. Often confused with a map, a chart is much more than that. It is a living legal document which must be updated to reflect the changes in Canada's oceans, lakes, and rivers to support safe navigation. The process to collect data and create a chart is complicated and time-consuming. Before a survey, all the existing data about a specific area is gathered and assessed. This data will help guide the survey crew to collect new high-resolution data of the bottom of Canada's oceans, lakes, and rivers. CHS uses the latest technologies to collect high-resolution depth measurements. This high-resolution bathymetry provides the CHS with highly accurate measurements and allows for the production of detailed and accurate navigational charts that help protect lives, property, and marine environment. The bathymetric data is collected using a sonar system in which sound waves are bounced off of the seabed, and the return time results in a measurement of depths and an indication of any hazards that may be present. Hydrographers consolidate these measurements with shoreline and data about the land features. The information most critical to safe navigation is selected and enhanced, and the resulting CHS charts are produced in both paper and digital format. The portrayal of the hydrographic information on the chart must meet international standards so that regardless of what country a ship is coming from, the chart is well understood by the mariner. Because maritime transportation provides by far the most economic means to transport goods, significant economic benefits are also realized as a result of navigational charts. With reliable information concerning the limiting depths for the routes their ships must take, shipping companies can deliver their cargo more efficiently and with a reduced carbon footprint. Mining companies use marine transportation corridors to move their products from mine to smelter, and northern communities can get more cost-effective delivery of goods and services. Charts also provide the delineation of Canada's maritime boundaries, thereby asserting sovereignty for Canada. As well as creating navigational charts, the CHS monitors a network of water level stations across the country. In addition, the CHS is responsible for the production of sailing directions, which provide a narrative of what the mariner should expect when navigating in a given area. The Canada Shipping Act prescribes legislated requirements for mariners to carry the most up-to-date, officially licensed navigational products. Canada has the longest coastline of any country in the world. More than a third of its territory is underwater. Its oceans, lakes, and rivers are used by millions of mariners every year for tourism and recreation, fishing and industry, commercial shipping, and national defense. For over 100 years, the CHS has provided services which assist marine transportation and ocean and freshwater fisheries. These services also support initiatives that regard coastal natural hazards such as tsunami monitoring, and they assist in the establishment and assertion of Canadian sovereignty. The surveys and charting of the Canadian waters to ensure their safe, sustainable, and navigable use will continue to be the pride of the Canadian Hydrographic Service.
So my name is Lindsay Baisley, and I work as a biologist for the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and I'm based at the Bedford Institute of Oceanography in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. My job is benthic ecology, and benthic meaning the seafloor. So I study the animals that live on the seafloor, like corals and sponges. Every year we get to go out on these oceanographic research missions, and we get to survey areas of the seabed using camera equipment and remotely operated vehicles. And what my job entails is taking that information and analyzing it for the distribution and abundance of the animals. These are sensitive animals. They're sensitive to anthropogenic impacts, so fishing disturbance and other disturbances. And so this information can all be fed into policies to protect these sensitive benthic animals. What I really love about my job is that I feel like I'm the first explorer of some of these areas we go to. So sometimes we visit areas that have never been surveyed, and I get to see what's living on the seafloor first before anybody else. So it's really exciting, and I love my job.
For International Women's Day, we wondered, what inspires women to choose a career in science?
My decision was based on my teacher, my biology teacher in high school.
I followed my passion of scuba diving.
A spot on TV, they were talking about the swift fox and how it had disappeared from the prairies. And it really inspired me to want to do my part.
The feeling of being useful to the society.
I can go to meetings, working group, participate in committees, but also I can go work on a fisherman's boat or a research vessel.
Our scientists dreamed big. What about you? We want to hear about your greatest ambitions.
Don't let go, don't give up on your dreams. I think we are capable and we can do everything that we want to do.
Dig deep into yourself to make it happen, to find a career that will stimulate you, that would nourish that passion.
I have had a career of over 20 years, and I've never seen being a woman as an obstacle.
My name is Fabiola Caish, and I am a biologist for the Species at Risk program.
Diane Amiro-Langland. I'm an aquatic species at risk biologist.
Amélie Rondeau. I'm a biologist and I work at Fisheries and Ocean Canada.
Let's keep the conversation going.
Hi, I'm Kyle Garver, and I'm a research scientist here at the Pacific Biological Station in Nanaimo, British Columbia. My research expertise and the program that I head up is a virology research program, and that of course involves studying viruses. So anytime you study viruses, people tend to move away from it because they think it's dangerous, but viruses aren't always bad, and they're a natural part of our ecosystem. However, there are quite a few in the aquatic environment that we study that do cause disease, and so we're really interested in those particular viruses that cause disease, and we're interested in how they cause the disease, and also how the host that they infect, how it responds to that disease and what impact it may have to, say, a fish species that might be infected with that virus. So once we know about how the virus infects the species, we can then determine better management options or preventative and treatment measures that we could use to circumvent the problems that that virus may impose on the fish. We can also then better manage those fish stocks for a healthier atmosphere to avoid disease in those fish stocks. The work is very fascinating, really love coming to work. I have an inherent interest in viruses and I love fish, so combining the two, it's a wonderful opportunity to do this fabulous work.
The Gully Marine Protected Area is located about 200 kilometers off the coast of Nova Scotia and east of Sable Island. It's a very large canyon. It's one of the largest on the eastern coast of North America, and the MPA is the largest in the western North Atlantic. If you want to think of the Gully, think of the Grand Canyon underwater, because that's what it looks like. It has very steep sides and the bottom is quite flat, and along the steep sides we find over 30 species of coral growing there. And the biodiversity of the coral was one of the reasons that the area was protected. My role as a scientist has changed over the years. Before the Gully was designated as a marine protected area, I was involved in providing input on the sea floor and the organisms that live there to help decide where the boundaries should be. These days, when we return to the Gully, we continue to provide input so that we can monitor the effectiveness and the health of the corals in the area.
My name is Megan O'Toole, and I'm a biologist with Fisheries and Oceans. I work at the Freshwater Institute. We look at habitat impacts around aquaculture. My research in benthic ecology is looking at the sediment chemistry around the fish farms. And with cage aquaculture, it's an open net, and there's release of waste below. So as fish feed, they also poop. So at the bottom, there becomes a change to the sediment chemistry and deposition. And the invertebrates that live there have to tolerate certain conditions. There's going to be decomposition of that organic matter. And this is important to Canadians because the sediment may look like mud at the lake bottom. We don't even look at it very often, but it's very alive, it's very dynamic, and it's playing an important role in decomposition and recycling of nutrients and providing food for the higher trophic levels like fish. So this is supporting both the wild fisheries, and our investigation helps support regulations and licensing in aquaculture. I'm very proud of what we do. I think it's important, and I really enjoy the depth in which we look and investigate at things.
For the first time, Canadian scientists working in the Arctic have evidence showing that narwhals use their tusk for feeding.
With this observation, the field crew was able to see the male narwhals approaching a school of Arctic cod, and kind of tracking the cod with the tusks, which is anterior to their left premolar coming out of their mouth, and as the cod was positioned close to the tip of the tusk, the narwhal then sort of gave it a quick hard tap that likely stunned the fish, but looked like it was momentarily not moving, and then the narwhal would move in with its mouth and suck in the prey.
What was interesting was using the drone, because from my perspective as a marine biologist, the use of drones is pretty unique, because it gives us a bird's eye view that's close enough to the animals that it doesn't disturb them at all, but at the same time it gives us a close enough image to give us these kinds of details of how the animals are feeding and how they're behaving. So it's a really new perspective.
They seem very agile with their tusk. When you watch the videos, they can flip the fish in very agile ways. So what's very exciting to me is like, what else can they do with their tusk?
I've been with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans for about 35 years now, going on 36. And my main job is to conduct field camps in the Arctic to collect scientific information. Every time in camp when something new or happens, something exciting, it goes through the camp like it's like a wave of joy, excitement, accomplishment. It's people are proud that they have succeeded at their goal.
There's a real interest in the interaction that an aquaculture farm plays in the marine environment. One of the things that it does is give structure to a whole lot of other organisms. So what was once just plain water that things would drift by, now is almost like an oasis.
Most of the studies in the past have been looking at the negative impacts on the animals living in the sediments directly underneath and surrounding the farm. But there's also a potential that there's other more positive impacts of aquaculture, because we're essentially putting a bunch and then their hydrophones can follow this on the bottom by triangulation of the nose.
To confirm how long animals have to be exposed to this feed before we detect a signal.
What we're doing in the lab is basically calibration work. We have 60 lobsters, all in individual tanks, and for about the past 2 months now, each lobster has been on a precision calculated diet ranging between 0% and 100%. So at the end of the experiment, we'll collect samples of hemolymph, which is more or less the lobster equivalent of blood, and we'll send it off to the lab so they can do a detailed analysis of all fatty acids detected in the hemolymph. And this helps us to make the connection between the lobster's lipid profile and the proportion of its diet coming from aquaculture feed. Once the method is calibrated, we'll be able to take any lobster out of its natural environment, do the same analysis, and compare the result with our lab findings. Then, by comparing the lipid profiles of lobsters in different regions, we'll get a better idea of how much an influence aquaculture feed has on bottom-dwelling invertebrates living near aquaculture sites.
And so this whole interaction is important to understand because there's a lot of interest on the part of fishermen, for example, that are fishing lobsters in the area, and whether there's any benefits or problems that are occurring because of that, but also to the farmers. I mean, they want to know what's going on around their farm so they can at least be benign, and possibly they could even enhance some things that we wanted enhanced.
I like the work that I do because the results from my research are used in management of aquaculture. That's to say that we're now looking at aquaculture in a much more holistic point of view than we used to in the past. And that's to some extent based on the research that I've been doing over the past few years.
I'm Becky Cudmore. I work with Fisheries and Oceans Canada out of Burlington, Ontario, and my job is to protect Canada's waters from aquatic invasive species. So aquatic invasive species are species that are not originally from Canada. They were brought here by various ways, and once they get here, they can have devastating impacts on the ecosystem and on the economy of Canada's waters. One of the invasive species that we are working on right now is grass carp, which is behind me. It's one of the Asian carp species and currently threatens the Great Lakes aquatic ecosystems by potentially destroying wetlands. So I've been working on the science, looking at the risks that aquatic invasive species poses to the Canadian aquatic environment, and now I've moved more into taking that science and those tools and implementing them on the ground. Well, the most important thing that we can do as a government is to detect these species early before they get a foothold into the ecosystem. So we ask science what kind of gears are the most effective in finding Asian carp, and we also ask science to identify to us the best locations in order to find them. And we take that information and we can implement it by conducting an early warning surveillance program. So we know what rivers are most at risk, and we know the best gears to find them if they're out there. So you can see that the science that's being used is implemented in order to find these species quickly and remove them from the system as soon as possible. I'm really proud of the work that myself and my team are doing on aquatic invasive species and protecting Canadian waters. I really think it's valuable work. It's very interesting work, and I think we do a great job.
So I'm Stephen Page. I'm from the Institute of Ocean Sciences in Sydney, BC, and this is my first trip to the Arctic. So my role on this cruise was to part of the night watch sampling team, working at the controls of the CTD Rosette, which provides us with real-time data. I was able to see, as we progressed to different stations, how the chemical and physical properties change. So with a lot of sampling programs, a single discrete point in time just gives you a snapshot at how the conditions are right then and there. So to really have an effective vision or a perspective of aquatic systems, you need a long-term data set. This year was significantly less ice cover. So, okay, just knowing that on its own, if you just looked at it on its own, you would know that. You need all the other years relative to that to understand. You know, when we do the zooplankton nets, the bongos, we're seeing certain species at certain depths and not at other depths, and they weren't there last year, they weren't there maybe the year before, or this last year there was a particular species there and it's not there this year. So you really need the long-term data sets to understand, to make sense of both what's the natural variability and how things are changing or not changing.
Marine protected areas can provide long-term protection to a defined ocean space by managing activities within it in ways that help conserve healthy marine ecosystems. They protect living creatures and the habitats they call home. Currently, it can take up to 7 years for a marine protected area to be designated, allowing harmful human activities to continue in the area until it is formally protected. The Government of Canada is proposing amendments to parts of the Oceans Act to help protect areas that need it most faster. The proposed changes include an option of providing interim protection to significant or sensitive areas that have been identified by scientists and through consultation with local communities and others interested in the area. This would be achieved with a new regulatory tool under the Oceans Act called a ministerial order. The new tool would provide some protection to the area until it could be designated as a permanent marine protected area. Interim protection will allow the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans Canada to freeze the footprint of existing marine activities in the area, while more work is completed to ensure that the area is protected over the long term as a permanent marine protected area. Freezing the footprint means that activities that were already happening or were planned to take place during the year before the interim protection could still take place, but no new or unplanned activity could occur within the boundaries once interim protection is in place. While this interim protection is in effect, the government would have up to 5 years to put a permanent marine protected area in place in collaboration with provincial, territorial, or Indigenous partners, and by using the existing process of extensive consultations with scientists, local communities, and marine industries to determine the conservation objectives, the final boundaries, and long-term management of human activities. These amendments to the Oceans Act will give the Government of Canada an important tool to help protect coastal and marine areas in our oceans.
Canada is a maritime nation, famous for stunning scenery and part of a global blue economy. When exploring these landscapes, you need reliable maps showing distance, terrain, and elevation to determine the safest route. When exploring the seabed, our shallow and deep waters, how do you know what features exist in order to plan your route? At sea, the nearest land is usually under the keel of a ship. It's not where you see it, it's where you don't. Hydrography is the science of measuring, describing, and displaying features below or above the surface of the water, including the variation of tide, currents, and water levels. At the Science Canadian Hydrographic Service, we use the latest innovations to chart the underwater landscape and uncover hazards. Multi-beam bathymetry collects data by transmitting sound waves and measuring how long it takes them to be reflected back to the receivers in the vessel. LiDAR uses laser light emitted from an airplane or drone to reach shallow areas that are inaccessible by boat. Satellite imagery is analyzed to detect features like erosion, underwater hazards in clear water, monitors sedimentation, and changes over time. Hydrographic data is used to create tools that are critical for ensuring safe and efficient navigation on the water. And this information is also used to better understand ecosystems for habitat protection, fisheries management, resource and coastal development. Our waterways play an integral role in our history, culture, and economy. CHS helps maintain our prosperity and safety as a maritime nation by providing the official hydrographic products, charts, and services for all users of Canadian waters.
My name is Annie Biron, and I work for the Canadian Hydrographic Service in Montjoly. One of our mandates is to chart Canada's navigable waterways to make them safer. We use two main technologies to update water depth data on nautical charts: sonar and topobathymetric LiDAR. Sonar measures the water depth by emitting a sound wave and calculating the time it takes to be reflected back from the seafloor. Sonar is used at a variety of depths, and its range increases with depth. These devices are installed and operated on both large ships and small craft, and can even be remote-controlled or autonomous. Topobathymetric LiDAR measures elevation or water depth by emitting light waves and calculating the time it takes for them to be reflected off the surface of the ground or the bottom of the water. LiDAR will be used mainly to map coastlines and very shallow areas because this technology depends entirely on clear water and therefore cannot be used everywhere or at depths of over about 10 meters. The combined use of these two technologies will improve knowledge of waterways in Canada and make them safer to navigate.
Leur navigation plus sécuritaire.
The Maurice Lamontagne Institute has been open since 1987. Located in Montjoly, Quebec, it employs some 300 people in two main areas: ocean science and aquatic ecosystem management. There is also a maintenance shop for Canadian Coast Guard vessels. The Institute's activities cover the estuary and Gulf of St. Lawrence, the Saguenay Fjord, as well as Hudson Bay and Hudson Strait. Certain activities also cover freshwater ecosystems. The work of the scientific teams focuses on monitoring biodiversity and ecosystem status. Activities include aquatic invasive species, research on fisheries and marine mammals, and ocean ecosystem dynamics. Work is also being done on climate change, the impact of human activity on the environment, and species at risk research. Teams work on protecting aquatic species and their habitats, protecting and recovering aquatic species at risk, both marine and freshwater, and developing a marine protected area network in the estuary and Gulf of St. Lawrence. The Institute's hydrographers and scientists work aboard Canadian Coast Guard vessels. Two of them are dedicated to fisheries science and oceanographic research. The Canadian Hydrographic Service provides water level forecasts and monitoring, mapping, and real-time web services for navigation. The Maurice Lamontagne Institute has over 70 laboratories. The tank room is a specialized wet lab that can hold tanks of varying sizes, as well as high-tech equipment. This system accommodates large-scale experimental studies for controls of observed and monitored environmental conditions. In addition, 7 controlled atmosphere units are available in which smaller-scale experiments are conducted in various fields, including the acidification of marine waters. The Maurice Lamontagne Institute facilities provide an environment that encourages the exchange of ideas. It is the only Francophone Fisheries and Oceans Canada Research Centre, and all of its activities are done with the aim of advancing marine and freshwater science.
My name's Sarah Zimmerman, and I work with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. In particular, I'm coming from the Institute of Ocean Sciences over in Victoria, BC. This program is started in 2003 in its current form, so it's been going on for quite a number of years. And what started out as initially a 5-year program has rolled on and continued, and the more data that we add each year, the more important of a time series it becomes. And so we're looking at basic questions of what is the circulation in the Beaufort Sea in the Canada Basin. It's an important contribution for Canada. It's, the Arctic Ocean borders the whole northern end, so understanding what's happening there is important, and how it's changing. With climate change, ocean acidification has become a big question mark, and knowing what the biota in the Arctic Ocean are and then how are they responding to these changing conditions is big. This work we're doing in the Canada Basin, it's contributing to the world's understanding of climate change, and it's an incredible contribution that Canada is providing. So it's important to all of us, not just Canadians.
My name is John Ells. I work as a geodetic engineer with the Canadian Hydrographic Service out of our Ottawa branch. Geodetic engineering, based on geodesy, is a branch of engineering that deals with the measurement, processing, analysis, and representation of Earth science-based data. My area of specialization is maritime limits and boundaries. Everyone is familiar with land-based borders, but not everyone is aware that there are many borders or limits that occur over Canada's offshore. For example, we have many maritime limits measured from the coastline, or more precisely, the low water line. This is the territorial sea baseline. There is also the 12 nautical mile limit, the 24 nautical mile limit, and the 200 nautical mile limit, which forms the Canadian fisheries waters, which is the exclusive economic zone of Canada, a zone that is nearly 3 million square kilometers in size. We've discovered some new islands in the Arctic, and those islands will be used to generate Canada's revised and updated maritime limits and boundaries. So we continue to locate, analyze, and chart these discoveries, all of which add to the size of Canada and reshape the resulting maritime limits and boundaries.
There's quite a lot of variables involved in setting up a trial here. Understanding the relationship or the interaction between a foreign animal disease agent and a Canadian species of aquatic animal gives us the heads up. In many cases, these scenarios have not occurred yet, and we would like to know what might happen if an exposure occurred, and we want to have tests that can detect these agents ahead of time. This DFO lab actually consists of leased space within the Canadian Food Inspection Agency building.
We're a level 3 biocontainment facility for aquatic pathogens that we can basically guarantee that aren't going to get out into the environment.
We're working with live viruses or bacteria that the animals are exposed to, so we have to be aware of that when you're moving from one tank to another for feeding or for maintenance or anything like that. So it's just offers an extra challenge that you have to be aware of, and it kind of slows your day down a little in that regard.
The process of establishing an animal disease model in the lab involves somehow to expose the animal to the infectious agent. For instance, with our work involving infectious salmon anemia, we decided to inoculate the fish through injection in order to ensure a consistent dose of virus was introduced into the experimental fish. You have to do it carefully. We pull fish out individually from the holding tank and anesthetize them to reduce the stress. And then we use a fair number of transfer points because we want to eliminate any accidental introduction of virus to the holding tank.
So when we're moving or we're handling animals, the key is to handle them as few times as possible. So you want to map out your netting procedure, how long they're going to be in a bucket, oxygenation, the temperature is controlled, and you just basically want to treat the animal as kindly as you can.
And over the course of the next 8 to 12 weeks, we're going to measure shedding rates, the amount of virus given off by these populations of infected salmon into the water.
So once the animals are infected, we will collect them at certain intervals, and then we'll do a necropsy. We harvest tissues, and then we will analyze those. So first we have to extract the RNA or the DNA from the tissue, and then we will take that and we will amplify it and make it large enough that we can detect it using a machine.
Many of our studies result in little or no interaction. Not everything we do results in disease and death of the host. We're fairly specific in the rationale behind the work we do, and it's directed at supporting the economy, supporting trade, and protecting our aquatic animal resource.
All right, and we are back from our break. Thank you everyone for joining us today. The teams are having a little too much fun right now to come back to us, so we're going to be wrapping up here very soon. I just wanted to remind you, join us tomorrow. We have the rest of the teams presenting virtually. We have 2 teams that flew in from Ghana specifically to participate in the Brilliant Blue Challenge. Unfortunately, their flight was delayed, so they're going to be presenting in person tomorrow. Make sure that you join us at 9 a.m. ADT for the second day of the 3rd Global Brilliant Blue Challenge. Please make sure that if you are participating tomorrow to be on time and check in on time so that we can make sure that everyone gets the same chance to present on the stage. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. Thank you to the 4 teams that we saw today: Jet IT, Zepa Revix Wind, Marine Minds, and Grammar Griffins. Special thanks to our judges from our panels today and tomorrow. Mandy Newhook, thank you so much. Kundai Rugube, Clark Richards, Justine McMillan, Shannon Nuds, Catherine Brennan, Megan Coventry, Leah Hain, Stephanie Ingle, Ellie Morris, Gloria Nora Bamfola, and Nidhi Gopal. Thank you so much to our judge advisors, Dr. Kent Smedpol, our current judge advisor, and our former judge advisor, Jenny Beatty, who helped us develop a lot of the documentation and the rubrics for this challenge. Thank you so much for everything you do and for your support of our Brilliant Blue Challenge champions. And of course, I can't forget, thank you so much to our team. Cheryl Wilson, Brandon Larson, Jane McPherson, Scott Legg, Patrick Hardy, Jen Nguyen, Tracy O'Neill, Alex Hughes, Patricia Duffy, Ella Dexter, and Mayar Ibrahima. I I'm sure I'm forgetting someone. There's a lot of people working on this behind the scenes all over Canada and all over the globe. So again, from me personally and from all of us at Brilliant Labs and the Brilliant Blue Challenge, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time, and we'll see you tomorrow.